The secretary gave it to me. We'll start this momentarily. My clerk is out to see why you didn't get paper copies of all the 8 bills that we're talking about today, but they were emailed to you, and I had asked her to do that so that with the press of a button, you could print them all. So it costs you a little bit of paper, but you can have them ahead of time. And just before we start, and Representative will before we start, I wanted to mention, next week, the Republicans will have a caucus at 9 o'clock. We'll send that out. We start execing at 10 o'clock. We're going to have these 8 bills to exec in the morning. Then late morning, we're going to start the last 3 bills we currently have. So we have one, I believe it might be 11 or 11:30. Then we go 12 for break. Then 1 and 1:30. And that will finish the last 3 bills because we have a total currently of 21 bills. I am going to put on the afternoon to exec the last 3 bills. If it looks like you don't want to do that in the end, then we can come back another day to exec 3 bills. But I thought since we're coming to the House 3 weeks in a row, then we have the February vacation, that 3 bills didn't seem too onerous for us to take a little bit of time and exec them in the afternoon. So as I told the leader, minority leader, I'm not going to just pull that note that's on all these that we can exec any time. So I thought for the sake of notice and publication, I'll tell you, we're going to list it, those 3 extra bills, not extra, the last 3 bills in the afternoon. It does not mean we won't get more. But if we exec them all, and then I want to thank everybody for all that you all did to get in the reports because they're being submitted today, so the speaker will like that. So he asked me, where's your reports from resources? Well, we're giving them, all of them right today. So watch the calendar because those will be coming up not this week, but in the future on the calendar. So hopefully we'll be done execing all our early bills and a couple of non-early bills that are on our agenda. If this coming week we get more bills, well, then we're going to come back again and hear those bills. Otherwise, we're basically all set until maybe crossover. But I can't tell you if we're not going to get more bills. I just thought it would be appropriate to finish what we have on the table. Because if you're prepared next week to do the 8, 3 more is not too bad. Yes, Allison.
Would you give the caucuses time to caucus if we decide to exec those 3 bills?
Yeah, as long as I don't exec them before the time I say we're going to exec, then I'm told I have the power and authority to decide that day we're not going to exec them and move it to another day. But at least everybody knows we're going to, so you can prepare in advance so there's no surprises. Everybody knows. If we get together and say, look, it's just not time, or we're in a major snowstorm and the people from COAS, like Arnie Davis says, I got to leave. So, we can adjust. But for the sake of having it on the agenda, because if it's not on the agenda, I can't do it. So unless I surprise, and I don't want to surprise. So now you know. So that's what we anticipate in the future. We're going to miss about 3 people here today. I understand they're all watching the cable of today's hearings. And I wish that they get well, or their mother and father are well. There's some illness in our families of our members. So, but they all told me they would watch the testimony on the live stream. So if I could ask you all to rise as we start this session, I'm going to call on my good friend, the representative, to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Representative Darby. And he mentioned to me that it's like I'm the card dealer in Vegas. Every week I'll pick on a different person to say the pledge, but I do give you a little bit of notice. So. So now I'm calling to order the hearing that was scheduled for 10 HB 568, allowing subdivision regulations concerning water supply. And we have the representative and prime sponsor here.
Thank you, Chairman Harb, and good morning, everyone on Resources and Recreation. It's nice to be with you again. My name is Representative Kat McGee, and I represent Hillsborough 35, which is Hollis. And I come to you today as the prime sponsor of this bipartisan bill that has been perfected over the last 2 years to allow local planning boards the ability to request water studies when planning subdivisions to ensure water adequacy as housing density increases in residential areas. The inception of the bill came from a constituent whose private well productivity had been adversely affected when a 30-plus housing development went in not far from their property. This man was talking to me at the transfer station in my town in 2022, and his closing point was that water is an essential resource and that water adequacy affects existing homes as well as the productivity of wells for new homes in water systems in subdivisions. And I took his point, didn't know what to do with it, as most of us do when someone comes to you with something that's really not the area that you work in. So I began looking into it, and we formulated it into a bill which has come before this committee twice. So it came initially, I happened to be out on an emergency medical thing, and I wasn't here to present it the first year. So we brought it back the second year, and we had some input from the Department of Environmental Services Water Division, and they brought some historical perspective to the hearing by telling us that in the early 2000s, the legislature devised a water commission to look at water use and water issues, water quality throughout the state. And one of the conclusions that they came to was that local governing bodies and planning boards needed to have something in statute that asked them to look at adequacy and the future of a resource. But how to do it was, nobody had a good idea at that time of how to move forward, and that was their testimony from DES. They said people didn't really know what would be a good way to resolve that, keeping in mind local control and not having a mandate, so nothing was done. And their testimony was, and I haven't been in touch with them this year, so I'm not sure if they'll be here today or if they've submitted anything, was that this bill is consistent with what they had suggested. And so we were trying to get it over the finish line last time. What we wanted to do is make sure we're not mandating costs, we're not mandating activities. We're just simply explicitly putting in the planning and zoning section under subdivision regulations language that says local planning boards may request a water supply study in accordance with local regulations to ensure water adequacy as housing density increases. So it's a very practical statutory language that planning boards can kind of hang their hats on to say, in this instance, with this development that you're putting in, we think we should have a good understanding of what putting in all of these wells will do to local water supply. So that's the reason behind it. There are other reps, I think, here to testify, maybe not. But you can see on the bill, if you have it, that we have bipartisan support, and Representative Bill Boyd, Rosemary Rung, Representative Diane Power, Kay Murray, and Nancy Murphy are all co-sponsors on the bill. And they had some familiarity with it last time. Representative Power's husband sits on a planning board in a house that's part of the co-op with Hollis in Brookline. And he actually supported the bill and submitted testimony to this committee last time in favor of the bill. And they had input on the bill for this time. One of the things that was changed, that was recommended in the past, is to have an exclusion that says that the provision shall not apply to community water systems or large groundwater withdrawal that's regulated under RSA 485 and RSA 485C. We think that's a real improvement to the bill. We don't want there to be any confusion about what this is and what it isn't. So it's a very narrowly tailored bill, and again, it's not mandatory. So those are the things I would like you to kind of take away from my testimony. Let's see if I have anything else here. I'll close by saying that as the competition for environmental resources like water increases in complexity, simple changes that allow local planners to apply some foresight in their review of developments can ensure that we don't have new homes that require water curfews. We have had that in the state, and again, DES Water Division had testified to that, that there have been some beautiful McMansions, and then they could not use the water certain times of day because of lack of water, or existing neighbors who lose reasonable water flow from their wells after years of living in a home. So we should be able to protect people from these outcomes. The bill identifies that the planning board may require that the applicant absorb the costs of notifying abutters and conducting the necessary investigation. So it's basically part of a development cost. If there is a study completed, it isn't something that's passed on to taxpayers. And so I ask that you find HB 568 ought to pass when you do exec it, now that I know your exec schedule, and give us the ability to encourage foresight in planning that will protect homeowners and home buyers and pay dividends in better planning as we move forward to rapidly increase our housing stock in the state. Thank you.
Any questions for the prime sponsor? Representative McNabb.
I'm going to be McNabb, like McGee. I like it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Has there been any discussion of the size of the development that you would do this for? Like, could it apply to like 3 lots, just the same as it would apply to?
The original bill, we've had a few issues in translation in with OLS this year, and for example, the description I noticed says this bill, I guess it says allows the adoption of subdivision regulations, but it says that require, and it isn't required, so the language is a little confusing. But to your specific question, what was your point?
If you thought
Oh,
about
the number.
the size of
the number,
house,
yeah.
the
The
housing
original
units.
bill said 4 and above, and I would have wanted that language carried over. I don't really know why it wasn't carried over, but I think the fact that it's not spelled out is an issue. So it was a subdivision of 4 or above, and we would love it if you would put that back in, because that would help.
Any other questions? I have one, if I may.
Sure.
Do you remember last year's bill number and what happened to the bill last year?
I could find it for you if my purse was here, but I think I dropped it somewhere outside when I was hanging up my coat. So I
Don't want to lose
I don't
that.
have it. Do you have it, Will? He has it.
Representative Darby?
The bill was HB 1483,
1483.
and we retained it over the summer. And then I believe we passed it. Well, not passed it. We wrote a recommendation of future legislation.
Future legislation. Thank you, Representative.
And thank you. I appreciate it.
No other questions? Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the online submissions, and there is a submission from a Cheryl Howard, a member of Town Planning Board, and who has concerns about impact of development on their town. So to get to the gist of it, it just said that it would be helpful to provide some basic parameters for local boards. Perhaps a provision could be added indicating adherence for subdivisions or 4 or more lots.
Yeah.
So would we have that be more specific in the bill?
I would prefer it. It should have been in here. It was in the prior bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? No other questions? Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So that's one of the online And I know Representative Nab wanted to get into the record, and then we'll ask for the blue sheets from Representative Sargent.
The online were 10 in favor and 3 opposed.
And the blue sheets? Oh, that's right. I have another speaker. Sorry. Remind me later. You can give me the blue sheets. Speaking against, Bob Quinn, New Hampshire Realtors. Bob.
Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. We do oppose the bill that's written. Is that better? Bob Quinn, CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. So we are opposed to the bill due to the fact that there is no definition of what a water supply study means. Back in 2010, this legislature submitted a report, which is the recommendations for appropriate roles of municipalities in groundwater withdrawals, in which they reviewed various possibilities for these sorts of studies and whether or not this would allow or require a hydrology study, which my understanding of a hydrology study is it's very expensive. It's also very complicated and challenging to understand. Or is it something that would require a pump test? But without some sort of, this bill right now doesn't really have any parameters on it. Anything over 4 units, or if that's the intent of the sponsor, plus any sort of study, the cost can get significant. And we would ask the committee to potentially just take a look at this bill and read the report that came out in 2010. And maybe it's appropriate to really do a better, to do a committee. I know legislature's not always thrilled with study committees, to look at how frequently these sorts of incidents takes place and perhaps the best way to resolve it using both the municipality as well as the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And with that, I will end my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are there, 49% or the high 40% of households in the state get their water from wells? And so ensuring adequate water supply of a property that's going to be sold must be a concern of the realtors when they're, when they're selling them. So what would the realtors recommend in order to ensure that the properties that are going to be developed have adequate water supply, and that the surrounding properties that share the aquifer are not going to be impacted and ultimately reduce their property values?
Yeah. So I think working with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and trying to identify best cases for how to do that, I think is appropriate. I just don't think that this bill, where there is no definition of water supply study is, you might do a complete hydrology study. It would cost $100,000 or more. And at the end of the day, you may not have information that's suitable or adequate to answer your question. So I think that the bills need some work, and we would encourage. Median sale price of a home in 2024 was $515,000. Yes, the cost of these studies are not going to be passed on to taxpayers, but they are going to be passed on to the buyers of those properties, and we're just going to be inflating the cost a little bit. So we just want to make sure that if we do that, it's done in an appropriate manner and one that provides the best level of information to the planning board to ensure adequate water supply.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for him and also a question for you. So my question to you would just be, could you send us the 2010 study or point us in the direction of where we'd find it?
I've got a copy right here. I'm happy to leave it.
Okay. Is it
And
online somewhere that you know
Brandon's
of?
right behind me. He can probably tell you where it is.
Okay. And question to you is, he suggested understanding better how frequently this happens in the state. It's definitely a concern in our town and has been a discussion. And so I appreciate this legislation. And I wonder if the researcher for the committee or DES would be able to address the issue of of subdivisions that have had failing water supply systems or concerns about water withdrawal. He suggested answering that question. I'm not sure if there's a way to get at that data.
I don't know if our researcher would have it, but when the speaker's done, maybe we could ask the representative of DES if they even have such a study.
Yep.
And if he does, he could submit it along with their report. Any more questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Would you like to come? I know I don't have a pink card, but my clerk will make sure that I ask for you to fill one out.
Thank
For
you,
the
Chairman
record,
and members of the committee, I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at DES. And we did submit a written letter of testimony, primarily referencing the work in 2010 of a groundwater commission that looked at groundwater issues for the state for 10 years in the early 2000s. Relative to the question of the occurrence of clusters of private wells having struggles, we don't have a lot of incidents of that, but we certainly every few years become aware of it and do surveys of homeowners in the area and work with local officials, primarily in places like Wyndham or places where there's a lot of ledge and hilltop developments. You know, wells on ledge on hills tend to fail more often than wells in other places where you don't have overburdened sand and flat topography. And so the Groundwater Commission, kind of being aware of this, going back in the early 2000s from Bedford to Wyndham and a few other places, came up with a study that looked at a way where municipalities where they have this issue could address it if they wanted to, and propose some language that could be put into statute that would enable them to proactively get ahead of this. They developed a report, they developed model ordinances. They're not DES ordinances, it's a legislative commission's ordinance. And that's available. Ultimately, the commission, which had a lot of stakeholders representing all interests from ag to builders to environmental stakeholders to municipalities, while they accept the report as being complete and thorough, there wasn't consensus that it should be recommended that it be implemented. So it was a report that was issued and left for the future to decide if it should be put into law or not. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. So if this bill were to pass, it would enable towns to look at proactively at water quantity issues, and there's some tools from that old report that municipalities could pick up and put into their local regulations. But that's really up to policymakers at this point to decide if it's needed. It's not widespread that we have these issues. They just seem to intermittently come before us, but we are aware of some towns that have these problems once in a while.
any questions for the representative from DES? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With New Hampshire's experienced some wild weather, over the last, let's say, decade, in particular over the last 5 years, where we've gone from, severe drought conditions to severe flooding conditions. In some of the severe drought conditions, there's been lots of reports, and we heard over the last couple sessions, people running out of groundwater. Is there any concern that without doing some kind of evaluation that we could exacerbate those wells running dry during these drought conditions?
I can't say that. I mean, we certainly have been in a period of more frequent droughts the last 5 years, but that's preceded by 10 years of no droughts. So, it definitely comes in waves. And as you look at transient climate conditions, it's hard to say that we're going to have more prolonged droughts. I mean, overall, we're supposed to get more precipitation. And so to the extent these studies occur, it might be that they not just look at the potential for wells dewatering, but how to develop a more robust well. And that's some of our model ordinances that, drill a deeper well, ensure new homes have more robust water supply as opposed to the minimal well where you go down 300 feet, get 4 gallons a minute for 4 hours, and you're good to go. Maybe do something that is deeper, so you have more storage, hits more fractures, and is more resilient. So, that is something that could be considered in over the long term based on transient climate conditions.
I have a follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that answer. Mr. Quinn suggested that we ask DES about how to assess how, a municipality could assess the adequacy of the water supply, and was concerned about, hydrology studies, which we talked about last year. I understand are expensive. Does DES have an alternative to hydrology studies to suggest to municipalities?
We do. I mean, often when there's concerns at the local level about a new development impacting private wells, the first thing we need to do is really find out if there's concern. And anecdotally, you'll hear all these wells are going dry, there's lots of problems. But we've learned over the years, you got to actually back that up with information. And so before we spend a lot of time running around doing studies and with that, we actually go out and try to collect information and do surveys of existing homeowners that are reliant on wells to figure out, are there problems, to what extent there are failing wells. And then already we receive on a occurring basis well completion reports where well drillers, every time they drill a well, have to submit a report to the state and they say why they're submitting it. And if it's a replacement well for a failed well or a new well for new development, we can see that. And so we can start plotting from our surveying of existing homeowners and also from the data we have in hand why new wells are being installed. If it's because wells are failing, we can see if there's problems. And we have excellent statewide data. We have statewide parcel data, so we can start coloring in parcels for existing homes with a failed well, new homes with a new well, and you can start seeing where there's problems or there's not. It's always important to really ground any concern with the data you have in hand before you go crazy looking at it for a problem. So we can look at that proactively, and we do.
Any other questions? I have one. Thank you for taking my question. You say you have some proposed ordinances. To your knowledge, has anybody adopted these ordinances already? Any town?
No, and I want to be clear. Although the department developed the ordinances, it was at the request of the Groundwater Commission of the legislature, so they're not our recommendations.
Oh.
So they're not online, but I certainly can provide them to you. As far as towns that have done this, to some extent, a lot of people interpret current statute as enabling planning boards either at the site plan review or the subdivision level to require these kind of studies. It's kind of vague, but some towns do this. And I know historically Bedford used to require studies where there wasn't Pennachuck Waterworks water available and a new water supply being developed. But generally speaking, no, these aren't frequently implemented.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Kiernan? Is that your hand up?
To
Yes.
follow up to your question, I just want to clarify. So towns may be able to adopt the ordinances that have been suggested in the report, but it's not totally clear that they, would this legislation help clear up that authority for them to adopt it?
Yes, it would make
Okay.
it very explicit.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Darby, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Anyone else? Well, thank you, Mr. Kiernan. Appreciate your testimony. That's it. Thank you. You can step back, and now the blue sheets.
Yeah, we have 2 in favor, 1 neutral, and then I do have the online up as well, which
So
was
go
10
ahead.
in favor and 3 opposed. But I can say that when I say the blue sheets, if
Yeah.
you like.
That would help out, I think, just to keep people noticed. Okay, I don't see anyone else approaching the mic. I have no more pink cards, so I'm declaring the hearing on HB 568 closed. And in 30 seconds or less, we'll open the hearing on HB 582 FN. I don't know, when Representative Dunn, did you find out where the printed,
Yes, I was going to say.
she's getting them?
Bringing them, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to be starting HB 582. If you have pink cards, pass them in. Thank you. I think my clerk went to see if we could get some paper copies of the bills, so I'll give him a second to come back. Representative Darby, when you're done on your pink card, can you pass it up? Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, sir. I'll fill.
That means your presentation will be short, right? So I hereby open the hearing on HB 582 FN relative to safety requirements for operation of personal watercraft. And we have the prime sponsor, Representative Darby, to speak first. Representative.
Thank you, Chairman Harb. Honorable colleagues of the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Will Darby from Hillsborough District 11, representing the welcoming people of Nashua Ward 8. This bill is focused on increasing safety on our crowded lakes. Jet skis, personal watercraft, are very affordable option that allow many to recreate on New Hampshire's magnificent public waters. Many of my friends own jet skis, and the vast majority of jet ski users that I see are responsible. Some background. Last term, we heard a bill on a different bill on personal watercraft, also known as jet skis. And we learned from the Department of Safety that with respect to the safety requirements, they're treated the same as boats, who can drive them, meaning 12-year-olds with an adult present, the PFC requirements, and they're not treated, even though they are very different from boats, they're not treated differently from boats. However, personal watercraft, for example, have no gunnels. They have nothing to restrain the rider other than holding on to the handlebars or other handles or each other on the PWCs. These have, many of them have very large engines. 200, 300 plus horsepower engines are not uncommon. They have incredible acceleration. Some can accelerate to 60 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. And the top speeds of many are over 65 miles an hour. They're effectively motorcycles on water. Now, I have nothing against personal watercraft. Like I said, I have a lot of friends that use them. These are different from the statutes from the personal watercraft, a subclass of personal watercraft that our statutes call ski craft, which were regulated in 1988. These are 1 to 2 person watercraft. Typically, people stand on them or kneel on them. They're typically 2 strokes, a lot louder. the industry subsequently adopted, sort of built out a new class of these public personal watercraft, which are 3 people. They are much quieter. And for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, people don't have a problem with them on the lake as long as the usage isn't egregious, like you'd expect for most people recreating on the lake. Share the resource. As a personal experience, I think people know I've shared that I have a camp on Lake Menominee in Rindge, New Hampshire. In 2017, there was a 29-year-old woman that fell off the back of, it was a 3-person PWC. She fell off the back. They were towing a rope. She got caught in the rope, dragged and drowned. So this, it's just an example of how personal watercraft are dangerous and need to be and cannot be considered the same as regular boats. I also, people might recall my testimony last year on wake surfing. This is not a wake surfing bill, and in fact, this bill does not intend to restrict any behavior. But what I mentioned was that wake surfing is pretty common, and the egregious thing is that we see people on these typically the 3-person watercraft jumping the wakes very close behind people wake surfing. It's not always even clear if the people are in the same sort of group or if they're just chasing the biggest wave. Ultimately, for thrill seekers, there's two ways to get a thrill out of a PWC. One is going very fast. Another is jumping wakes. While it is illegal to leave the water, it's already against there's already statute against that. These PWCs are so large that they can't actually get out of the water. But you can clearly understand when you're 20 feet behind somebody on a that's wake surfing. It's a very dangerous situation. This bill brings into compliance, basically drives compliance with PWC standards. The handout that I've passed out, unfortunately, I wasn't able to fully highlight all the sections, but I think you'll get the sense. The handout I sent around comes from 2 different manufacturers of PWCs. The things that I highlighted or started to highlight are the align with the regulations in this bill. So one is don't drive the PWC after dark. I think that's pretty obvious. One is wear a personal flotation device. When you can get thrown off, there adds a lot of risk. Another is, and this is a really important one to me, is making sure that the operator is 16 years of age or older. What you'll see if you read through these handouts that I provided is that the PWC the PWC manuals make it very clear that there's an operator and there's a passenger, and that the operator needs to be able to operate the machine independently of the passengers. And they even recommend don't operate the watercraft unless you have spent substantial time operating it alone. Well, in this state, you can't operate a PWC by yourself unless you have a safety card and are 16 years of age. Therefore, you can't get the required training, say independent training, under the age of 12. But somehow, if your parent's sitting behind you, which I've seen a lot, you can drive one of these things down the middle of the lake. Okay, so the next thing I'll mention is I met with Department of Safety and Marine Patrol a couple of times prior to this, both before I filed the legislation and also a follow-up. Assistant Commissioner Edwards, Captain Dunleavy, and the lieutenant that's in charge of Marine Patrol. I adjusted the language based on their recommendations for safety. And I got agreement from the Department of Safety that this is a bill focused on safety, that this is not a bill that restricts behavior. It is focused on safety. Yesterday, Captain Dunleavy provided me statistics that I'm sure he can provide them to the committee, or I can, statistics that show over the last dozen years or 8 years or something, that there's been PWC accidents every year, and there's been injuries most years, including a fatality. Now, I am a member of this committee. I know we just ITL'd a bill on wearing personal flotation devices for kayakers based on personal responsibility. And I recognize personal responsibility is an important aspect of New Hampshire's culture. But PWCs risk the safety of others. I'll give you just a couple of examples as briefly as I can. Imagine that a 12-year-old's riding with their parent behind them through heavy traffic, lots of turbulence. They lose their balance a little bit, accelerate. Parent falls off. They go into another vessel. Another is, somebody puts on some aftermarket lights, the same times that you can just sort of screw on so that they can ride after dark legally. And they're cruising around, cruising down a lake at 50 miles an hour, which is legal on all lakes except Winnipesaukee. And another boat's passing by. They surely don't expect a small watercraft going at that speed. They misjudge the distance, catastrophe. Another is, related to the example I provided earlier, jet ski, jumping the wake behind a wake surfer, lose control because of the very large wakes that these produce. The wake surfing produces. The wake surfer happens to fall at the same time. Catastrophe. These are easy to imagine scenarios. Everything I just said that this bill will help to retain or support. This we say a lot that the key to safe lakes is education. And I think that this bill will actually promote education. Why? Because when you have statutes on the law, the Marine Patrol can stop somebody not to issue a ticket, but to say, the law has been changed. Now you have to wear a PFD when you're riding, rather than just have it in the compartment in the front. Please do that in the future. Or you're riding after dusk. I know it's still twilight, but you really can't do that. These are the types of things that they can stop people and not to issue tickets, but just to inform that I think they'd be less able to do without this legislation. At the end of the day, there was common sense legislation passed on ski-craft in the 80s, like I mentioned, and this update will keep up with changes in modern equipment. And of course, I'd be happy in the goal of personal responsibility if this committee said that they wanted to eliminate the requirement to wear a PFD. Okay, that's fine with me. I'd be happy to take that amendment and leave the rest of it in there. Thanks very much. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Essentially, would you agree that this proposed legislation simply expands RSA 270-74, which currently governs ski craft, to a larger device that didn't exist in the 80s when ski craft legislation was enacted?
Well, thank you for the question. That's a pretty delicate subject. We had a bill that did that last time, and what it ended up doing was banning PWCs, where there was a concern about banning PWCs on a large number of water bodies, and also opening up the petition system to ban PWCs on water bodies. This is not intended to ban PWCs at all. So this is a safety requirement only, and it is narrowly focused on a few safety requirements.
Follow-on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my point was this language that you're proposing, including on the personal flotation devices, just mirrors what's already in law governing the smaller vessels.
Yes, thank you for the question. That's exactly the intent. When that statute was written, they looked at common sense legislation, which is modeled here because the devices are very similar.
Yes.
Any other questions for Representative Darby? Representative Nab?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So are there currently any statutes around minors having to wear a PFD on these craft? Does a 16-year-old already have to wear a PFD?
I should have read this. I think Captain Dunleavy's here. He can tell you for sure.
Okay. Because they do in a kayak.
Yeah, there is some restriction for minors.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else new? No one new? Representative Sargent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last
One more.
question. RSA 270:74-C, personal watercraft. Already regulates personal watercraft in terms of how close it can go to some shores on some bodies of water. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. That was actually in my testimony. I just skipped over it. That's a very good point. PWCs are already defined in statute, so this doesn't introduce a new definition. I forget the year. It was 2018, 2020, something like that. That they were added in some of the estuaries. To restrict, to restrict where PWCs could go, but that it doesn't define the safety requirements for them. But it does, like you mentioned, already define PWCs. So this isn't introducing a new term. Thank you for the question.
Assume no other questions? Thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
Thank you all very much for your attention.
Next, I have John Woolley and Judy Grimbliss. They represent the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association, opposed to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Jody Grimbliss. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. And with me, I have John Wally, who is the president of the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. So maybe John can give the statement, and then I'll go into the details of the bill.
Thank you, Jody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Wally. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. The New Hampshire Marine Trades Association is a statewide organization dedicated to protecting the rights of recreational boaters, enhancing boater culture and tourism in the state of New Hampshire, and maintaining the stewardship of our clean waters. I come before you today in opposition of House Bill 582. I want to make it clear that the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association is for public safety, and we have supported many bills in the past regarding personal flotation devices, but find this one unnecessary. We recently discussed this bill within our membership, and many of us who are jobs or on the water every day in the summertime found it very surprising that there's even a conversation, because no one can remember anyone on a personal watercraft not wearing a personal flotation device. We also meet with the New Hampshire Department of Safety each year, and it's never been brought to our attention this was even a problem or a concern. We have asked for some data. We have found that there was very little to back up anything at all. The change in this definition of a bill concerns us, and Jody will speak to this more in detail. But in the state of New Hampshire, as Representative Darby mentioned, a watercraft with a capacity of 3 passengers or more is considered a boat and regulated that way, and always has been. We strongly believe in boater education, and in the handbook distributed by the state of New Hampshire of boating laws and responsibilities, it is recommended that an operator of a personal watercraft be equipped with a lanyard-type engine cutoff switch, and that attachment to his or her person's clothing or life jacket. By my observations every day at work, like I mentioned before, operators of personal watercraft take their safety of their passengers and themselves very seriously. And if you were to do any type of a Google search with the word personal watercraft, it would demonstrate every person on a watercraft wearing a personal flotation device. If this committee finds that there is an issue when it comes to public safety, the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association would be happy to assist in education campaigns. We already do so in the past regarding wake surfing and other issues with our New Hampshire Marine Patrol, the New Hampshire Association of Public Broadcasters, and other national boating partners. We find that this bill pleads to be inexpedient to legislate. To answer a few questions that were brought up momentarily, in the state of New Hampshire, ages 13 years and younger are required to wear life vests on any vessel. There is a 150-foot safe passage bill already on place when it comes to passing other boats. So i.e. when you're talking about wake surfing and jumping waves, regardless of wake surfing boats, any boat makes a wake. And if you want to jump it, you need to be 150 feet back from that vessel to be regarded as doing it legally, which is already illegal as it is. And lastly, any parent with, I would hope, common sense that would allow their child to drive a personal watercraft ahead of them would detach the safety lanyard from their child and put it on themselves, so that if the adult fell off the life jacket, off their personal watercraft, the machine would die, and the child would not continue to drive down the lake alone. So again, more common sense than anything else, but those are limitations to the watercraft when you clip it to yourself, and all life jackets typically have a clip sewn into them that attaches the lanyard to it so that it's hooked up directly.
Thank you. Let's hold our questions until Ms. Grimbliss also gets to talk, and then you can ask all the questions to
Sure.
both of them. Jody?
Sure, I'm just going to go through the bill and kind of give you our perspective on each section. The reason why we believe this bill is unnecessary. The first section of the bill, lines 3 through 5, is that definition of personal watercraft. It's a statewide definition of personal watercraft. It's different than the carve out that's for the seacoast. You'll notice the language in that section is just for that section regarding the Hampton Estuary. Similar legislation to adopt a statewide definition of personal watercraft has been defeated in this legislature for over 30 years. It came in 11 times between 1991 and 2003. Personal watercraft has always been classified the same as every other boat. And there's a reason for that, because for those who have been on this committee for a number of years, to define it means there'll be opportunities to restrict it. So we're very concerned about that statewide definition of personal watercraft, because as we saw last year, then there are bills to therefore restrict or ban public access. We believe the existing laws address boating safety already. Again, currently all boating safety laws for every other vessel apply to these personal watercraft. Marine Patrol cited data in a Senate hearing a couple weeks ago that according to the Coast Guard reports, New Hampshire has boasted the best safety record in terms of fatalities per 100,000 registered boaters in the nation for 13 years. We should be proud, and I do have the statistics that Representative Darby spoke about, which I'll pass out for the committee we can talk about. There's not a lot of data specifically about personal watercraft, but we do have what the Department of Safety gave us last night. In the past 6 summers, there's been 26 total accidents on personal watercraft and ski craft. In one instance, there was no life vest, because it actually says it on the statistics. Out of 26 over 6 years, we have over 100,000 boats registered each year. That does not include boats that come in from other states, as well as all of the paddle craft that are out on our water bodies as well. So we do have a lot, but it seems like the boating laws we have now are working well. Again, that definition of ski craft was 1988. The bans and restrictions on ski craft came over, probably the bulk of them came in the first few years after that, into the early 90s. Approximately 50% of New Hampshire waterways are closed to those craft. So we do get worried about bills that seem to define, because the next step is that restrictions and ban. Now, specific to the provisions of the bill, you'll go down kind of, it's the RSA 274D is the new section. The first letter A is that you can only operate the personal watercraft if the person is 16 age or older. Again, as Representative Darby said, to operate any boat over 25 horsepower in New Hampshire, you have to have your boating safety card and you have to be 16. There is a provision in the law that allows for a younger person, a child, 12, 14, 15, whatever, to go along to operate with an adult behind them. According to that law, that adult has to take liability and responsibility for that operator. In essence, when it was passed and discussed, and I think it was 2000 something, it might have been earlier than that, it was about kind of the culture of parents teaching kids how to operate. So what we're saying here is that the parent of the 12-year-old can still learn to operate that 25-foot center console in the seacoast with the parent, but you couldn't have that parent teach their child about how to operate a personal watercraft. So I guess my question would be, if that's an issue of allowing children to be taught by parents or adults, then we should look at that for all boats, not one particular type. If we don't want parents teaching kids, if that's not the culture that we want to promote, then we should take that away for all boats, not just personal watercraft. The second letter, B, talks about not operating between sunset and sunrise. Again, there are no lights manufactured on personal watercraft, just like there are no lights on other types of boats. Aluminum fishing boats with a 30 horsepower engine on them don't have lights either. If we want to ban aftermarket parts on boats that are not manufactured with lights, I'd rather see that in a separate bill where you talk about that for all boats, not one particular type. We have surveyed our membership. Nobody retrofits a craft with lights. There's too much liability. They do not do it. The marinas have told us they're not doing that. They don't. So it's somebody going to a hardware store and getting the stick-on lights and putting them on. But if there is a whole page, which I have here somewhere, of rules on the proper equipment and lighting through our safety rules, if we want to make sure that nobody is doing that for any boat that doesn't have lights on them, that's a discussion. But I don't think you should do it for just one type. C is the issue about personal flotation devices. Again, I think what we've seen and the data on the accident statistics have shown that out of 26 accidents, 1 had no life vest and 3 were unknown. It's very common for people to wear their life vest because, again, they typically attach. It's something that's called best practices. Very practically speaking, people boat responsibly, and it's very rare to see somebody without one. Again, if you want to have a discussion about mandatory life jackets for all boaters, that's a different discussion. That's a different bill. We'd ask you not to just create it for this craft. Finally, there is the provisions relative to careless and negligent operation, weaving in and out, or swerving at the last moment to avoid collision. I would just note for this committee that we think it's overly prescriptive. Having just careless and negligent and reckless operation on the statutes is already there. In fact, this legislature revised those statutes last year. They just went into effect January 1st, 2025. There's a careless and negligent operation of boat statute, which was just adopted. It went through criminal justice last year. That's already on the books. We also have a reckless operation. That is on the book as of January 1, 2025. They were there before, but they were modified last year and they were passed. So we think there's existing laws to deal with folks who are acting inappropriately. Again, if you are swerving or weaving through congested traffic, you're probably don't have 150 feet distance on both sides of the craft. If you're stopping before you hit somebody, you're probably, again, up against those operation violations. So lastly, we would just say the real issue here is enforcement of our current laws. We think ensuring adequate marine patrol is the best thing. I started doing this work in 1995. I think we had about 65 marine patrol officers then. I remember wanting to hopefully get us to 75. I think now we're down to 25. That's the problem. That's the problem. So, and I would just point out that Representative Darby has another bill, House Bill 397, seeking to address the Marine Patrol workforce issue, and House Criminal Justice, we would support that. So we do not support this legislation because we do not think it's necessary. We think current laws cover it, and we're very concerned about that statewide definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for either of the speakers, and could you address who you wish to put the question to? I don't see any hands. And testimony will be passed out. Well, thank you both for your testimony. Also in opposition, Jake DeSilva of DeSilva Motorsports. Jake.
Good morning. My name is Jake DeSilva of Meredith, New Hampshire. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for giving me the time today to explain why I oppose House Bill 582. I recognize some of you from last year when I came to oppose House Bill 1562, which changed the definition of PWC and sought to ban and restrict them from public waters. This bill, while it doesn't go as far, is something we don't believe we need. My family and I own multiple businesses that could be impacted by House Bill 582. DeSilva Motorsports has been a New Hampshire business for over 25 years with 2 PWC dealerships in New Hampshire, as well as a PWC rental business. DeSilva Motorsports services and sells over 1,000 PWCs a year. Our PWC dealerships are in Hampstead and Moultonborough, New Hampshire. Through the pandemic, we understood how important it was for outdoor recreation, where people could engage alone or within their inner circle. Results from a recent Penn State study indicate that nearly half of adults from across the United States now participate in recreation on at least a monthly basis, and approximately 20% may be new to outdoor recreation during the pandemic. PWCs open the door for so many families to get out on the water and enjoy the beautiful state we live in and participate in outdoor recreation. People have invested in purchasing PWCs knowing their current classification as boats. They follow all the same rules and regulations as other boats. House Bill 582 would change that and treat them like ski craft. As you heard, ski craft are very limited to the bodies of water they can access. We oppose a new classification of personal watercraft that they have been regulated as boats for over 30 years and should continue to be. We do not want to open up the year-long debates over access of these watercraft. PWCs contribute to over 30% of new sail and boat registrations in the state of New Hampshire. We reclassify PWCs. The next step will be attempted bans and restrictions like we saw last year. That would result in a decline in our sales and tourism. There is no need for this bill. There is no need to reclassify personal watercraft. I spend most of my spring, summer, and fall days out on the lakes of our state between Winnipesaukee to Arlington Pond, Big Island Pond, and I can truthfully say I don't see anybody operate, as we've all said, without a life vest or PFD. As John already stated, you know, if I grew up with my father and uncle bringing me out on watercrafts and me driving them, and they would put the lanyard onto them compared to me having the control. There would be Sea-Doo and Yamaha and other manufacturers have different modes for if you let somebody operate the machine that should not have as much experience. It's called a learning key or learning mode to limit the speed so they don't have full power as if I was just operating the machine by myself. So as we've all said, I do think that there is no need to change the law. And please oppose House Bill 582.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. DeSilva? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Also opposed to the bill, Lisa Miles, HK Power Sports.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today regarding HB 582. My name is Lisa Miles, one of the owners of HK Power Sports with locations in Hooksett and Laconia. I live in the town of Meredith on Lake Winnipesaukee, and I'm here to oppose HB 582. This proposed bill would change how PWCs are regulated in the state of New Hampshire. Today, 3-passenger watercraft, which are 90% of the PWCs that are sold and registered in New Hampshire, are classified and regulated as boats and fall under all these laws that I think are already covered. 1- and 2-passenger smaller crafts are legally defined as ski craft in New Hampshire and make up a very small number. I'd like to point out that 3-seater PWCs make up approximately 30% of new boat sales in New Hampshire, which is a significant amount. PWCs are popular because they are affordable, low maintenance, easy to operate, and easy to transport and store. Most customers buy a personal watercraft instead of a boat because it's an affordable option to get their family out on the lake. Others purchase them for fishing, visiting sandbars or restaurants, towing their kids on tubes, or teaching their kids how to water ski. PWCs are very safe and have no risk of propeller injuries and are easy to get in and out of the water on. In 2023, our stores alone sold over 600 personal watercraft to families to use on New Hampshire lakes at an average price of only around $14,000. Changing our laws to create a new definition of PWCs different than boats is very troubling. We had this debate last year and this committee voted it down. This bill will reopen the debates over bans and restrictions that we had last year and that my parents also fought for in the 90s. We thought those days were over, but it seems that we are rehashing out old debates. It continues to confuse our customers and the boating public. Finally, we have not observed any trend in safety concerns that were discussed by the sponsors. In fact, we observe everyone on personal watercraft wearing their life jackets, whereas people operating larger boats do not. I'd like to also point out that although I've never seen someone not wearing a life jacket, there's no space on a jet ski or a 3-passenger to actually store life jackets, so you have to wear it. When we sell personal watercraft, we always sell life jackets and obviously tell people the importance and the laws about wearing their personal flotation device. As far as lights, we absolutely do not put lights on personal watercraft. They are not manufactured with them. No one has even asked for us to add lights to their personal watercraft, so I see that as a non-issue. To Jody's point, aluminum boats, same situation. As far as what Jake and I think John said, these watercraft are manufactured with restrictive keys so that people that are learning how to drive them, you put the key or you put it in the mode where it restricts the speed to 50%. Also, because these are classified under boats, keep in mind that a 10, 12-year-old can also operate a 50-foot boat with their parent on board versus a kid sitting in front of their parent operating the ski where their parents are right here if anything happened. They're also manufactured with what the manufacturers call brakes. And although they are different than brakes in an automobile, you have a brake on the handlebar. So you accelerate with one throttle and you grab the other one. And these probably have the quickest stopping power of any boat that is manufactured. So, the manufacturers take safety very seriously with creating these. Does anyone have any other questions about personal watercraft?
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is anyone? Yes.
We got 2 handouts that don't have names on them, and I just wanted to know who they were from. Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak on HB 582 FN? Anyone else to speak on 582 FN? Representative Sargent, blue sheets and online?
Favor, 34 opposed, blue sheet 3 opposed.
Thank you. Seeing no one else and hearing the blue sheets and online, I'm declaring the hearing on HB 582 FN closed. Thank you. Moving right along, since we're after 11. Call to order the hearing on HB 595 FN relative to coastal resilience zones. I have 2 pink cards here, and neither one appear to be any of the prime sponsors. Is Representative Muse, are you here to introduce the bill?
I am not the prime sponsor, but I can introduce the bill and hopefully he'll get here.
Oh, is this the prime sponsor that
Oh,
walked
okay.
in? He says they're coming.
Testimony here.
I have mine because I printed them out. Which is why I said to everybody. My clerk's going to check to see if the bills are pre-printed.
All set?
No.
Okay.
We're trying to see if we can find your bill in print. And I'll repeat again, I make or ask our clerk to send out the agenda and all the bills attached in one PDF. So if you bring your laptop, like some of the representatives do, you should have them on your laptop. If not, I kindly ask you, so that we don't have this question about do we have the copies, print them out. that gives you an opportunity to read them in advance of the hearing too, which isn't a bad idea, right? So that would be nice. And it does take her time to assimilate them and put them together, because we never did that in my prior years on the committee. So I want to thank our committee secretary for doing that, but let's try to take advantage of it. That would be great. And now I'm getting passed around all the bills, I guess. I don't know which way this is going. Am I missing something?
You have pink card here for.
No, okay. Let's see if I can read his name. So now I'm going to open the hearing on HB 595 FN relative to coastal resilience zones. And he's already at the head table. This is the prime sponsor that will be introducing the bills, Representative Munns. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I'm one of the 4 state representatives, along with Representative Bridle from Rockingham District 29, representing the town of Hampton. I'm here to introduce HB 595. The title of the bill suggests that its purpose is to create coastal resilience zones. That is, in fact, what I titled the LSR, but as I worked to craft the language of the bill, I realized that much of what I was suggesting applied as much to the communities in the White Mountains, Lakes region, and Monadnock region as it does to Hampton and other communities on the seacoast. The frequency of significant weather events that result in flooding and other damage has increased and will continue to do so. Changes in our climate and weather patterns is supercharging the water cycle, leading to heavier rainfall extremes across the country, including in New Hampshire. A recent study from Dartmouth College found that events that will bring 1.5 inches or more of heavy rainfall or melted snowfall in one day are anticipated to increase 52% by the end of the century. A report prepared by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Office for Coastal Management, for the Seabrook Hamptons Estuary Alliance in May 2024 concluded that there is a 67% chance that sea levels will rise between 0.3 and 0.7 feet by 2030 and 0.5 and 1.3 feet by 2050. Attached to the copy of my written testimony are pictures from the flooding that occurred in Hampton in January 2023 and in the Monadnock region in July of 2023. These weather events not only resulted in millions of dollars of damages, but disrupted the lives of hundreds, if not thousands of our fellow citizens, many of whom are constituents of those of us in this room. In the case of many of Representative Bridle and my constituents in Hampton, it continues to do so whenever there is an unusually high tide or strong storm. And it is not the large homes that face the ocean that incur the damage, the most damage. It is the smaller summer cottages purchased years ago and handed down through generations and that abut the marsh that are most affected. If sea levels rise by 1 foot, it will affect approximately 1,750 homes in Seabrook, Hampton, and Hampton Falls. The estimated assessed value of those properties is approximately $450 million. If 10% of those properties were lost due to storm damage, not only would the owners of those properties suffer a significant loss, but the rest of us in Seabrook, Hampton, and Hampton Falls would have to make up the approximately $750,000 annual loss in property taxes that would result. And then there are the higher insurance rates that many of us across New Hampshire will have to pay to offset those insurance losses. Now multiply that by the number of other towns along the seacoast and along our lakes and rivers who are and will be experiencing increased flooding. The cost to address this challenge and make ourselves more resilient is enormous, and government cannot be expected to provide all the necessary funding. It will take a public-private partnership and some creative thinking. Much of the work that is taking place in our cities and towns today to address this real risk is focused on improving the resilience of our public infrastructure. The focus of HB 595 is to provide our cities and towns with some additional tools in their toolbox to help individual home and business owners who are interested and willing to invest in making their properties more resilient to flooding. The bill has 4 components. First, in sections 1 through 9, do a couple of things. First, it defines flood resiliency improvements and adds them to the list of what are considered qualifying improvements under RSA 53F for New Hampshire's Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy CPACE program. This program makes it possible for commercial property owners to obtain low-cost, long-term financing from private lenders for energy efficiency, water conservation, and renewable energy projects. These upgrades can be financed with no money down and then repaid as a benefit assessment on the property tax bill over a term that matches the useful life of the improvements. The assessment transfers on the sale of the property and can be passed through to tenants where appropriate. Secondly, within sections 1 through 9, it extends a similar financing option to individual homeowners known as RPACE, Residential Property Assessed Clean Energy. Florida has recently done this and specifically included flood resilience projects as qualifying improvements. Sections 10 through 13 on pages 5 and 6 of the bill enable cities and towns to grant individual homeowners who invest in flood resiliency improvements either an exemption from the assessed value of their property, which would not exceed the value of the improvement, or an annual property tax credit of between $100 and $1,000 for up to 5 years. Section 14 on pages 6 and 7 enables cities and towns to apply and collect a municipal flood resilience fee for deposit in a flood resilience investment fund. This fund would be structured in such a way that other sources of public and private funding could be deposited into it, and so that funding through grants or below market loans could be provided to individuals intending to invest in qualifying flood resilience improvements. Mr. Marcus Landers will be testifying in favor of this bill and will share some thoughts on how such a fund could help to stimulate private investment. I strongly encourage you to hear him out. Section 15 provides funding to the Department of Business and Economic Affairs to complete a statewide analysis of the cost of flood risk and the costs and benefits of flood risk mitigation. Given the impact revealed in the study completed for Seabrook, Hampton, and Hampton Falls, it seems prudent and appropriate that the state assess what those risks are. The goal is that such a study will help to inform and guide policymakers in additional actions that should be taken. This bill provides for an additional appropriation to the BEA with the understanding that any such appropriation will be offset by any available federal or private grants the department may be able to identify. While I cannot say whether they support the bill, I do want to thank the commissioners of the Departments of Revenue Administration and Business and Economic Affairs and their staffs for help in drafting this bill. Since the bill was introduced, they and other stakeholders, including the New Hampshire Municipal Association, the Sierra Club, and quite frankly, some members of this committee, have offered additional comments and suggestions, and I thank them as well. I encourage the committee to consider all of their suggestions. I will summarize what they are now, but in my written testimony, I have included specific language for an amendment I am happy to work with you to adopt. First, since the proposed municipal flood resilience fee will be collected as an additional assessment on the assessed value of all property and collected along with the general property tax, DAS recommends referencing the collection enforcement powers towns and cities have under RSA 80. Green stormwater infrastructure has been proven to control the flow of stormwater and reduce flooding while providing a variety of other benefits, including cleaner water, reduced erosion, and cleaner air. It also often is more cost-effective and longer lasting than other forms of flood control, such as seawalls and raising built structures. As such, the Sierra Club suggests amending the definition of a flood resiliency improvement to include improvements of that type, and I support that. Third, as introduced, the language defining the scope of the statewide economic study suggests that it must include all flood-prone properties, which would be time-consuming and unlikely to be completed, even with a budget of $500,000. It also is probably not necessary given that significant insight can be gleaned from representative samples. BEA has proposed some amended language, which I agree with, that will reduce the scope to something that is more manageable and can hopefully provide meaningful insight to guide policy makers more quickly. Fourth, the R-PACE, or Residential PACE program, has not been as widely accepted across the country as the C, Commercial PACE program. That is due to some concerns about consumer protection or deceptive lending practices. These have been addressed in several states, including in Florida with the passage of SB 770. For R-PACE, SB 770 provides for ability to pay income qualifications, including an income test, enforces disclosure methods to increase transparency, and requires informing homeowners of the importance of obtaining 2 estimates from contractors for larger home improvements. Additionally, the legislation requires a confirmation of terms phone call that takes place with the homeowner and provides that no assessment can exceed 20% of the home's value, among other consumer protections. The Municipal Association alerted me to a bill, SB 4, that has already passed the Senate and had a hearing in the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee yesterday. I understand that the Municipal Association worked very closely with the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority to craft this bill, and that it is on a fast track to be submitted to the House for final approval and to the Governor for her signature. It updates RSA Chapter 53F and, among other things, designates the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority as the administrator of the commercial CPACE program. There's no reason I can think of that the R-PACE program I am proposing in my bill couldn't also be introduced by the BFA. I will, of course, defer to this committee on the best course of action, but if SB 4 is signed into law and HB 595 is amended were to pass the House, I would certainly be willing to work with you and members of the Senate to further modify the language in the final bill so that it is consistent with SB 4. Thank you for your attention and patience. I know I have shared a great deal with you. I am happy to try to answer any questions you may have now and would also certainly be willing to participate in a subcommittee if you choose to designate one. Thank you.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Munns, for taking my question. This bill is pretty comprehensive, like you just went through. Thanks for that explanation. I've mentioned to you offline my concerns about R-PACE, and like you mentioned, Florida has passed an additional legislation to provide consumer protections regarding R-PACE. So I wonder if it might be appropriate to bring everything else forward, because this bill has a lot, other than the R-PACE changes, and then allow for a subsequent bill that provides comprehensive protections for residents to engage in R-PACE, because R-PACE in this bill is going to extend it beyond flood resiliency to all energy, all the energy programs that are supported by CPACE today.
I obviously would like to see, our pace move forward as part of this, just so that we start to give homeowners another mechanism to finance any improvements that they wish. But I understand what you're saying. And if, the decision of the committee is to carve the R-PACE out for now and move forward with the rest of the bill, then I don't think I would have any strong objections to that, and be happy to work on putting together an R-PACE bill for next year.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Speaking in favor, Representative Muse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative David Muse. I represent the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Newington and Newcastle. And if you look at a map, one of the things you can see pretty quickly is that I represent a pretty fair chunk of the New Hampshire seacoast. So Wards 1 and Wards 5 in Portsmouth basically have about 95% of the land area, the coastal land area in Portsmouth. Newcastle is an island, and Newington borders on Great Bay. This is an area, I think, of tremendous concern to people in my community and all up and down the seacoast. A lot of people have invested their time, their money in not only in purchasing the properties that they own along the seacoast, but I know in Newcastle there are people who have gotten approval to do projects, to do things like build seawalls. There are folks who have raised their houses, as we're talking about in this bill. These are things that are basically happening now, and I think one of the things that we realize is that we may be one big storm away from a lot of people not being able to afford insurance anymore on their homes, or we might even start to see what's happened in Florida and some other places where some homes just simply become uninsurable because of where they are. We're also seeing a fair amount of uncertainty at the federal level around just how much disaster response aid is going to continue to be available in situations like this. So given the lack of predictability at the federal level, the fact that insurance may not offer the kind of protection that it's offered homeowners in the past, I think one of the things that jumps out to me about this bill is it lets people and communities protect themselves. It's an enablement bill. What it does is it gives communities like Portsmouth, Newcastle, Durham, Dover, all of the communities that border the seacoast, tidal estuaries, and as Representative Munns was saying, also flood-prone areas and other parts of the state. It gives people the ability to do something to protect their property, and it helps them band together in a way that they might not be able to do without legislation like this. So I would ask you to please strongly consider this legislation, to work with Representative Munns. I've worked with him on a bunch of other bills in my committee, and we found he's always receptive to conversations, to changes, to good ideas. He's a great representative to work with on something like this, and we need to get something done in this area. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have another representative, Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm State Representative John Cloutier from Sullivan County District 6, which comprises the communities of Claremont and Croydon. and I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 595. I am not on a list as a sponsor, which is fine, but after I listened to Representative Munns, some of his emails and talking about this, I feel I wanted to jump on to show my support and to emphasize to this committee that this isn't just a seacoast issue, is an issue for a lot of the communities that I represent in the western part of the state, Sullivan County, including Croydon and Ackworth, Newport, Plainfield, among others, because these communities over the last few years have been devastated by some floods caused to heavy rains that hit those communities. I remember the date. I know July of 2023 was, and then I think last year there were also heavy rains. And especially for communities like Croydon, Ackworth, who are only 800 residents, their roads were devastated, their property was damaged. I believe it really caused a lot of damage, which they're having to deal with. And they had to try to go through FEMA, and they're having problems with FEMA. And I feel that we do also need to do more. This is enabling legislation that would help communities hopefully prevent tragedies, from occurring, the floods, the damages. And I think we got to do more to prevent damage caused by extreme weather events. We can't stop those events or totally prevent them, but we got to take some measures. I think it's government's duty to try to increase public safety and limit people's property damage. And I think this is great enabling legislation that would do that. And I commend Representative Munns for doing this, but I want to say it's again emphasize it's not just a seacoast issue. It's an issue for communities all across the state, including the communities I represent, which are over in the western part of the state and the Vermont border, because we have a lot of rivers. Okay, thank you.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Speaking in favor, Kate Cook, City of Portsmouth. Kate. Is your mic on, Kate?
I think so. There. Good. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. First, I'd like to highlight for you the support of the City of Portsmouth for this bill, which is signed in supporting it. I'm a city councilor in Portsmouth, and I am here to emphasize that support. The City of Portsmouth estimates that 500 properties in Portsmouth are at risk of flooding in the historic district. Not only does this flooding impact those property owners, but it also impacts the integrity of our downtown historic district, which is a major draw for tourism. We are working to try to support our property owners who are impacted by regular flooding. This bill allows for localities to better develop resources to address improvements needed due to that flooding. In my personal capacity, I would like to highlight the immediate challenges of many of my neighbors and the benefits of this bill. When it comes to preparedness, our residents are facing significant challenges with the cost of property improvements, addressing what has become annual flooding in the winter with rising ocean levels combined with strong winter storms. From my personal experience, I've witnessed the increasing number of winter storms and flooding impacting my immediate neighbors. I live adjacent to Mechanic Street in Portsmouth, one of the areas of Portsmouth that floods regularly. My neighbors and businesses such as Gino's Chowder on Mechanic Street have had to regularly replace mechanicals and interior fixtures due to flooding. This places considerable financial strain on these property owners, many of whom have lived and worked in these locations their entire lives. These homes and businesses are not only part of the fabric of our community, but they are also part of the early heritage of the state of New Hampshire. The Wentworth Gardner home, a historic treasure, sits on Mechanic Street. I should also mention that Prescott Park and Strawberry Bank are also regularly impacted by this flooding that directly harms the Prescott Park Arts Festival, Gundalow Company, Players Ring Theater, and the Strawberry Bank Museum. These nonprofits are part of the vibrant cultural community that drives tourism in our region. House Bill 595 helps property owners address the critical improvements needed for flooding mitigation and recovery. I ask you to support House Bill 595 to help property owners become more resilient in the face of this growing challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm on the select board in Stratham, so I'm going to ask you sort of a municipal question since you're here as a municipal representative. The piece about the flood resilience investment funds, we did this in Stratham with the transportation funds, but the way of applying that is to benefit the town and larger groups in the town. I'm a little concerned about those funds and how they might just benefit an individual or a business, and I wonder how you would think about applying those in your city to avoid sort of we're going to give all this money to this one person to fix up their house, or how that would play out.
Thank you so much for your question. This is not a discussion we've had yet at the municipal level in Portsmouth. I would welcome the opportunity for us to have that discussion, which we can't have currently because we don't have this mechanism in place. Currently, the only way that we can address challenges we have around infrastructure is through taxation on our residents, and we do have a lot of infrastructure challenges due to flooding, and so we're looking at having to mitigate those in the long term, but we haven't been able to even have a discussion around how we support not only businesses and homeowners, but how we deal with kind of these mechanisms, because they don't exist right now. I would welcome that discussion, and I would say that I think municipalities are well positioned to make critical decisions that would benefit everyone.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. From the New Hampshire Insurance Department, DJ Betancourt. Mr. Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is DJ Betancourt. I have the pleasure of serving as the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. It's nice to see all of you. I don't get to come to many committees outside of House Commerce and Ways and Means, so it's good to see some different faces. I wanted to provide you with a little bit of background, obviously from an insurance perspective, more broadly speaking. I'm not going to tell you that I'm intimately familiar with every detail of this particular proposal, but what I can say is that we are certainly aware of the challenges that your constituents, Granite Staters, who are living in the Seacoast and in other areas of our state, are having with accessibility and affordability of homeowners insurance coverage. And I will divert for a moment to say that since this particular proposal is focused on flood, one of the most important public service announcements that I could give as commissioner, and that is to make it clear at any time, at any opportunity you have with your constituents, to make them aware that they do not have flood coverage unless they've purchased a separate flood insurance policy, either through the commercial market or through the federal flood insurance program. It is not covered under your underlying homeowner's insurance. Representative Cloutier spoke about an incident in the summer of 2023. I remember that incident incredibly well. It was my first week as commissioner. There was a horrible flood. I've been in public service in one form or fashion for over 20 years. It was by far the worst set of conversations that I have ever had to have with members of the public, because they had just lost their home. In some of these instances, they'd lost everything, and they were calling me to get a better understanding of what coverage they had under their homeowner's insurance policy, to which my response was, you don't have any. And so these people were looking at the prospect of having to rebuild their entire lives without having any coverage or any support from their insurance carrier. And so that was obviously quite difficult and quite tragic for those individuals. So I say that as a bit of a public service announcement for all of you. But getting back to the insurance piece as it pertains to this proposal, we are aware that Seacoast residents and others, as I've said, are having a hard time with accessibility and affordability to coverage. A couple of different reasons for that. Right now, the insurance industry as a whole is working through what we would classify as a hard market. Hard market is an insurance term, which means that the insurance companies are more tightly managing their risk. They are putting forward more stringent underwriting criteria, so they are narrowing their offerings. So when coverages are at traditional demand levels are higher, but the accessibility to those coverages is more restricted, you have a basic supply-demand dynamic take hold in which what is left of that coverage is obviously now more expensive. Why are the insurance carriers managing their risks more judiciously? Number of reasons for that, some of which are well known to the public. Things like inflation, things like interest rates, things like disruption to global supply chains. Certainly the supply chains are better than where they were during the pandemic and in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, but they're not back to pre-pandemic levels yet. So those things are obviously drivers of upward pressure on premiums. But those are things that are cyclical in some instances. And so eventually those factors will abate. Things that we're going to have to contend with on a permanent or more long-term basis are things that are also driving this hard market, like catastrophic weather events that are becoming more severe and more frequent. Think the hurricanes that wipe out Florida or the Gulf Coast or the Carolinas. Think of the horrific fire that we just saw in Los Angeles. Those are huge events that result in insurance carriers having to pay out a lot of money. Those are huge losses for those companies. And the fact that we have a lot of technology that's coming online in our cars and in our homes, and the vast majority of that technology is great because it's all safety oriented, and we want that, but it is expensive. The technology itself is expensive. The expertise to install or repair and replace that technology requires an individual who's going to cost more to do that work, to come out and do that repair work, or to install that particular or reinstall that particular piece of technology in your home or car when it breaks. So all of that has come together to create a hard market for consumers. And so they're seeing, as I've said, increases in premiums. They're seeing non-renewals. And this is particularly pronounced in those problematic areas in the Seacoast and in the other areas that you've heard referenced today. So I will say that as a broad matter, again, I'm not intimately familiar with every provision of this proposal. I suspect there are going to be some areas you'll want to think about and work over, but what I can tell you is that the spirit of this program is a good one because it will better position consumers in the underwriting process when they are trying to get homeowners insurance coverage or get their current homeowners insurance coverage renewed, that they themselves or their community have taken a number of steps to make that property, make that home more resilient, so that, God forbid, there should be a flood event. The damage to that home is going to be less. It will be mitigated. And so the hope is that because of that work, because of those improvements, as that consumer goes through the underwriting process with whomever is quoting them on their coverage, they'll be in a better place. And so they'll get at least the offer for renewal with their current carrier and not kicked into the surplus lines market, which is a very expensive market to get coverage. Or not only will they be renewed, but they'll have a lower premium quoted to them than they had before as a result of this work. So we are, as I've said, in a place where we look favorably towards proposals like this. The department is actually bringing forward a separate program that's more widely applicable. But these are the types of things that I think all of us need to have a thorough conversation around in terms of how are we going to deal with the fact that we cannot obviously control the weather, but the weather is having a huge impact on our constituents in a number of different ways. And for the insurance aspect of it, we think programs like this can be potentially very, very helpful. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back over to you.
Any questions for the speaker? A bunch. Representative Darby, then Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We've heard in California that there's a sort of the state provides a high-risk market pool for, for those areas that traditional insurers won't cover
Fair
anymore.
plan.
Does New Hampshire have something like that?
New Hampshire does not have a fair plan. And I will tell you that I am not a fan of fair plans for a couple of different reasons. The first is in California's case, the program is horribly administered. They can't properly process claims. The customer service is terrible. I don't know what on earth they're going to do as a result of this horrific wildfire in Los Angeles. California's in a bit of a bad place with their insurance market at the present time. A lot of different reasons for that. Fair plan, the idea of a fair plan is that when there is no other insurer that will take you, you have a fallback position. It's a insurer of last resort, so to speak. And the problem is that it doesn't always work that way. In Massachusetts, for example, the fair plan is the preferred option of people in Massachusetts because they've juiced the subsidies in that program such that it's completely undercut their commercial market, and everybody just wants to go to the fair plan. As a fundamental matter, two things. First is I don't believe that New Hampshire needs it. We have a very competitive marketplace right now. We have over 200 players who are writing coverage for homeowners and auto insurance in New Hampshire, so there's more than adequate competition. I don't think that we should take dramatic steps in a difficult cycle. I think we have to see where this cycle ultimately brings us before we take dramatic steps that could permanently disrupt the competitive industry that we have at present. Now, obviously, if the current conditions extend out over a number of years, well, then it's going to be time for us to come back together and start weighing options and thinking about what other tools we need to bring to bear to deal with that. But I don't think that we're there yet. And again, as a fundamental matter, I get very, very uncomfortable when you are talking about making government an active player in an otherwise privatized market. Governments just have advantages that the private sector does not. Most glaringly, if an insurance company makes a series of bad decisions, they've got two choices. They can either make adjustments to right-size their operation, or they can go out of business. Government never goes out of business. We'll just go get more money. And so because of that permanency of the government being a player in that dynamic where the other players are not, they're obviously held to a different set of factors and standards and considerations. I think the disruption to, again, our otherwise competitive market, we just would not be benefited by a fair plan.
Representative Nab, you're all set. Any other questions for Mr. Betancourt? One more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. Would wind and or fire damage be nominally covered by homeowners or not?
Yes. So I always say this, you've got to read your policy to make sure you know exactly what's in there. But typically the standard is if it is an incident that is sudden and accidental, it should be covered as a broad matter. Christian, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Broadly speaking, fire for sure. Fire for sure, and wind, yeah, wind would be covered.
Anything else for Mr. Betancourt? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, Mr. Chairman.
testimony. I have one more pink card in favor. Marcus Landers, I believe he passed out some written testimony also. Thank you, Mr. Landers, for speaking. If you don't mind me saying, I would hope you're not going to read line for line your written testimony. If you want to paraphrase it, since everybody has it and we're running behind in our hearings. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll shorten it up a little bit. But Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Fantastic.
For the record, my name is Marcus Landers. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, Harvard Business School graduate, and I've worked as a general contractor here in the Granite State, flood-proofing homes for a few years now. Beyond my work in construction, I research and advocate for flood resilience as a veteran fellow at the Hoover Institution. And my mission is to protect America from the accelerating threat of natural hazards, particularly flood. New Hampshire has a ton of risk right now, and according to the First Street Foundation, which is a leading risk modeling firm, flooding threatens right now 60,000 New Hampshire properties worth tens of billions of dollars. Without action over the next 3 decades, New Hampshire could face billions in property damage. Storm surge alone threatens a quarter of the properties in the seacoast, but this is a statewide issue. And pluvial flooding threatens communities in Laconia, and all the way up to the northernmost reaches of the state. Destruction of value begins long before the waters rise, however. Without investments in resilience, insurance markets will begin to price in risk, driving premiums to unsustainable levels. Insurers are now fleeing disaster-prone markets in Florida, California, and even in coastal New Jersey, where I grew up, leaving homeowners without affordable coverage. As insurance becomes scarce, the mortgage market also tends to dry up. The result is a downward spiral where home values will plummet because no one can buy or sell real estate, not due to actual floods, but due to the anticipation of one. Looming devaluation threatens the broader New Hampshire economy as declining property values affect the tax base and the funds essential to essential services like schools and law enforcement. No one knows exactly when this tipping point is going to come, but history suggests that when markets correct, they do so efficiently and swiftly. And if the crisis fully manifests, it will be too late to prevent the economic collapse in vulnerable regions and also the broader state economy. That's why this is a statewide issue. The danger is clear on paper, and there are reasons. And if you look at an Excel spreadsheet, it seems why wouldn't people invest? There are a couple of things and moral hazardous elements to the market that are creating bad incentives. First is that insurance for flood insurance is subsidized, and that's creating broken pricing signals both for those insurance markets and for home prices. Homeowners have a false sense of security because their insurance is nationalized, like we mentioned before about a FAIR plan. This is offered through FEMA, and the legacy rates don't reflect risk. Second, homeowners expect the government to come in and provide disaster relief, creating perverse incentive not to act before the storm. If you talk to homeowners in Florida after Milton and Helene, they would discount this expectation, as federal coffers are stretched thinner and thinner by more disasters. Lastly, resilience retrofits are often cost prohibitive. I've worked as a structural lifting contractor. In this state, it hovers between $150,000 and $200,000 to de-risk your home for that specific retrofit. Banks are not lending because there's not a resultant value add to the home value because of these perverse incentives. And in a higher interest rate environment like we currently have, seeking outside capital is particularly expensive. The National Institute of Building Sciences has proven that every dollar spent on flood protection saves taxpayers $7 in post-flood recovery. HB 595 can pioneer the methods to increase the homeowners and private sector's share of each dollar invested, such that they can appropriately capture their share of the $7 saved. So expanding CPACE and RPACE funding creates more viable financing options that are cheaper for the homeowner. Offering tax incentives can correct the bad incentives that we spoke to before. Creating flood resilience zones can empower the community to act on their own accord. And this study will prove that this is an investment and not just wanton fiscal spending, that there is some value add to doing this. This bill embodies New Hampshire's tradition of local control and fiscal responsibility, and it does not mandate heavy-handed government intervention, but provides a nudge for the private market to correct itself and catalyze private investment. FEMA, which in my experience is staffed by patriotic and diligent people, does not have the resources, the bandwidth to save New Hampshire. Federal flood mitigation funds are already highly competitive, and the Trump administration has implicated that they want states to take more responsibility for their emergency management and preparedness. And while New Hampshire's new emergency and floodplain managers are exceptionally capable and diligent people, they cannot mobilize or raise the capital necessary to solve this issue on their own. This is where the free market, capitalize this bill, must step into the void. In a perfect world, this bill provides incentive corrections, creating foundation for an expanded public-private partnership, and the non-lapsing resilience investment fund will play a crucial role, acting as seed capital to demonstrate the viability of flood resilience financing. HB 595 is not spending. It is about investing in New Hampshire to present for the present and the future and creating the conditions for the private sector to act. If you pass this bill, we will take the first step in proving that smart policy can correct broken incentives and make New Hampshire a leader in resilience and market-driven climate adaptation. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Landers? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just, I don't think we actually all got copies of your testimony, and I wonder if you could email it to the committee later.
Absolutely.
That'd be great. Thank you.
How many copies did you bring with you, Mr. Landers?
I only brought 4, sir. I apologize.
Oh, that's probably why me and the clerk have one. Yeah, if you could send it in, that way everybody can get it, that'd be great.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy.
So any questions for Mr. Landers? Don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else to speak on HB 595 FM relative to coastal resilience zones. Don't see anybody approaching. Blue sheets and online, Representative Sargent.
Yeah, online, we have 12 in favor, 4 opposed, and the blue sheet is 1 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I know we're running late, but I want to get this last hearing before we break, and then we'll come back at 1. I open the hearing on HB 607 FN relative to funding the Hampton Beach Area Commission and making appropriations therefore. I'm just getting cards. So is the prime sponsor here? Yes. Would you like to take the stand and testify? Thank you, Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I promise not to take up nearly as much of your time as I did earlier. For the record, once again, my name is still Chris Munns, and I still am a representative from Rockingham District 29, which covers the entire town of Hampton. The Hampton Beach Area Commission was established in 2003 by the New Hampshire legislature. The HBAC is an oversight commission that helps the town of Hampton and the state of New Hampshire with long-term planning for the Hampton Beach area. It is made up of members from the town, state, Hampton Beach Village District, and the Hampton Area Chamber of Commerce. The commission is currently chaired by former State Representative Tracy Emmerich, who served in this legislature for 12 years, and the vice chair is the Honorable Pat Bushway, who served in the House for 2 years. The commission's work includes implementing the Hampton Beach Master Plan. To do that, RSA 216J3 says that it should assist the state and town in acquiring lands and rights in lands to ensure a consistent management of the plan, assist the town to develop building and zoning code language and design review guidelines and procedures for the plan area, provide advice and counsel to the state and town on proposed land use developments and capital projects for consistency with the plan, consult with the Hampton Beach area businesses and residents to promote the plan, meet at least quarterly with a quorum of at least 5 members, and meet at least annually with the selectmen and precinct commissioners and provide a written report annually on or before November 1st. However, since its inception, the commission has not been allocated any funding to do any of that. This bill would provide the commission with a small sum of $5,000 in each of the next 2 years to enable it to carry out its duties. I urge you to recommend this bill as ought to pass, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, but I also know that there are several members from the commission here who are planning to testify.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Have there been previous efforts to get funding for the commission?
I'm not sure, but I know that there has never been any funding.
Okay.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does Hampton Beach, does the town of Hampton provide any funding for the commission?
No, the town does not. This is a state agency. It's not a town agency.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for your testimony. I have 2 cards here. Their names of these representatives of the Hampton Beach Area Commission were named. I don't know if you both want to come up at the same time and take turns, and then we could ask because you're both on the same commission. So, there's 3 of you. Well, I can't put 3 of you on the table. So I have Tracy Emmerich first, and I don't know if Pat wants to join her. Senator Stiles, go ahead. Look for the red light.
Okay, thank you. Morning, Chairman Harb and committee members. For the record, I am Nancy Stiles, formerly chair of the Hampton Beach Area Commission for the past 6 years. Just turned that all over to Tracy a couple of weeks ago. First of all, Representative Munns has given you more or less the background and the history of the HBAC. I would just like to add that in the requirement from the state is to update the master plan every 10 years. in the past few years, we have begun that process. And in 2016, we completed the transportation component of the master plan. And most recently, we've completed the environmental and coastal resilience portions of the master plan and turned that in as well. And after turning in each of the components, we take them to the Hampton Planning Board and get them adopted within the Hampton master plan as well. So it's not a master plan that sits alone by itself. Excuse me. Basically, the HBAC holds 8 to 9 meetings a year, and sometimes additional subcommittee meetings as well. There are 9 members of the commission identified by the legislature that must serve on that commission. And over the past few years, we have had small fundraisers to raise some money to pay for someone to take the minutes of the meeting, because lifestyles have changed since 2003, and people who serve on committees don't always have extra time to do extra duties. So we found it most important to have someone specifically dedicated to taking the minutes. And since the commission was organized in 2003, we have taken the minutes, the agendas and the minutes and the documents from 2003 to 2016 and put them into bound copies that are stored in the town library there, so that people can go to look at them for research or easy accessibility. And we're currently in the process of taking the minutes and up through 2024 and having some more bound copies made, so that anyone looking at what has been going on in the commission can find that easily. There's still one more section of master plan to be updated, and that is the business and economic component of the plan. And that will start as soon as we can find a grant to help cover those costs, because what we have done in the past is always seek grants to bring in professionals in the area to make sure our master plan is current and effective and easy enough to follow. The commission has also been active in the most recent repair to the, replacement of the Hampton River Bridge. And we have been very active as the state moves forward to reconstruct Route 1A, specifically for flooding issues. That's a big concern of many of the people that live in that area. And as we know, grants are great, but you can't really find a grant for operating costs. And so on my exit from the Hampton Beach Area Commission, we have been asked to seek other alternatives to help support that. And an analysis of those costs has been about $5,000 a year. And I am thankful to the representatives for putting that bill forward. And hopefully that you will accept that, and we can continue our work, because the commission does do a lot of work. They are really an advise and consent to both the state and the town on issues that affect the economic viability of Hampton Beach.
Any questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you for your
Okay.
testimony.
I have one copy, and unfortunately my printer wasn't working well.
If you can give the copy to the clerk and maybe you could email it in to the committee, then everybody will get a copy.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you, Senator. Tracy Emmerich.
I'm clean up, if you don't mind.
So is that Pat Bushway, also from the Hampton Beach Area Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. In addition to what has already been presented to you by Representative Munns and Senator Stiles, I would just like to add that the Hampton Beach Area Commission is a very well-respected organization in our area for the work that is done. And it has proven to be a key player in expanding the vitality, vibrancy, and resiliency of Hampton Beach, as well as the adjacent coastal communities. And the resources to continue that important work that is ongoing, as especially Senator Stiles laid out, is really important to us so that we can continue to work with the town of Hampton and all the coastal communities to make sure that we continue to preserve the community that we have there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you,
testimony.
Mr. Chair.
Now, Tracy Emmerich. Hampton Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Emmerich. I am the newly minted chair of the Hampton Beach Area Commission. I've attended 2 meetings, and I'm not all knowledgeable about everything it does, but I do know that we don't have any funds to communicate. In Hampton, we have, as other communities do that have recreation, we have a confluence of state and local jurisdictions that overlap. So the Hampton Area Beach Commission has acted as a lubricant, if you will, to make everybody happy and to have the various egos get along with each other. That's my observation in talking to past members of this commission. One of the things I identified early on is we have a meeting every month that is televised on the local channel, but beyond that, we don't have any funds to update our website. The current website was developed in 2006, and other than changing participants on the committee, it has not been updated since then. So, in today's world, most people look to the web as information resource. So that's why we requested Representative Munns to put in this bill so we'd have at least enough funds to update the website about what's going on, because there's a lot going on. One of the most interesting issues right now is the fact that the Department of Transportation is redoing Ocean Boulevard, which is 1A, and there's an issue about the sidewalk. Who owns the sidewalk? So that's unresolved right now. But that's part of our mission, is to get in the middle of that and help that move forward. That's kind of, I'm looking at that as a very immediate plan, because that, after 15 years, Ocean Boulevard is scheduled for its final hearing next summer to be upgraded. So that being said, I would appreciate you having a positive vote for 607 so that we might be able to communicate with our community. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I do lots of volunteer work when it comes to updating websites and doing that for free. Have you looked at any free website applications, like such as Google Sites and other things, where you don't need to incur such costs?
I haven't. I don't know that much about that, so I couldn't really respond. I know we have a subcontractor that is the programmer that did the site in 2006, is willing to continue, but she's not free, unfortunately.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. I don't have any other pink cards on HB 607 FN. Maybe we could go to the blue sheets and online, Representative Sargent.
There are online 4 in favor, 3 opposed, blue sheet, 1 in favor.
Thank you. So seeing no one approaching the speaker's table, I declare HB 607 FN hearing closed. Remind you, we come back at 1 o'clock, so you're free to go to 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. You know, I'm going to call the hearing on HB 624 FNA, establishing a local river management advisory committee grant program and making an appropriations therefore to order. I'm going to call on the prime sponsor, Representative Eric Turer. He's going to make his presentation. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm here to offer House Bill 624, a bill to establish what I'll characterize as a modest grant program under the Department of Environmental Services to support the activities of the legislatively established but voluntarily run local river advisory committees throughout the state. The Rivers Management and Protection Program was established in 1989 through RSA 483 to protect certain New Hampshire rivers nominated by their communities as designated rivers, of which there are 19 in the state. The program consists of a two-tier advisory committee approach, including the statewide New Hampshire River Management Advisory Committee, RMAC, and the local River Management Advisory Committees, LACs. This bill focuses on providing needed resources for the local advisory committees, which rely on the volunteer efforts of approximately 200 volunteers statewide. I've personally been a volunteer member of the local advisory committee for the Exeter-Squamscott River for over 10 years and can attest to the value and level of the diverse expertise and knowledge that this committee brings to the oversight of our river, and this can be extrapolated across the state. The impetus for this idea was raised in one of our committee meetings as we reviewed our very limited financial resources in comparison to our duties as an LAC. The duties of these legislatively established committees are set forth in RSA 483:8-A. In short, they involve establishing a river management plan, which can take on many dimensions, but always involves a detailed review of and comment on all proposed changes taking place within the river corridor. Our comments, while advisory, are generally welcomed and incorporated into the proposed projects. LACs also conduct a wide range of educational, monitoring, and community activities for the betterment of our rivers. In terms of why the funding's needed, so when the LACs were first established, they could access funds which primarily came from the EPA's 604B grant program. What's happened since then is those funds have become much harder to obtain, and they've really been prioritized to other purposes, so they're largely not available for that function anymore. This has greatly impacted the degree to which the LACs can fulfill their legislatively established mission. In terms of what these funds might support, a brief list of things that LACs conduct. There's a good deal of administrative support that is needed. My committee has a person that we hire from our Rockingham Planning Commission for $2,000 that she does many times that in her work. We also sometimes need technical consultants and support. We need often to have space for public meetings, which can involve cost. There's river monitoring equipment for committees that involve themselves directly in that process. There's often data collection and analysis cost. There's considerable development of educational materials and websites. There's a lot of community engagement, so events regarding the river and informing people and connecting people with the rivers, and also, upkeeping maps and signage so that people are aware of, where the rivers are and how to access them. That's a short list of what might be covered by these funds. I'll say you might see in the bill that it's requesting $40,000 each year, and then it puts a cap of $10,000 per award. I want to make it clear, the likely goal or the intended goal is not to fund 4 organizations at that level. We wanted to allow projects up to $10,000, which puts it below governor and council threshold. But the expectation is many of the committees would request far less, and so the funds would go to many more LACs across the state. I understand it's a tight budget year, so I know this is the policy review of the proposal. It will then go on to financial review. I do want to point out, as you'll see, it's only authorized for 2 years. During that time, we hope to see how these funds are utilized by the LACs, and if those resources look to be beneficial, we would hope it would continue, but that's not in the current proposal. With that, I'll end my testimony and take any questions.
Anyone have any questions for the representative? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. I don't know if you saw, but DES expressed concerns about the rulemaking piece of this for such a small amount that it might be sort of a large amount of time to do that, and made a suggestion in changing the language. I don't know if you saw that or if you have any, if you would.
I'm going to let the folks from DES speak to that.
Okay. But you don't have any concerns about the idea of changing that language so it doesn't involve rulemaking?
No, the idea of this is not to be burdensome to anyone. So if it can be accomplished more effectively that way, then that's certainly okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and
And
committee.
since the question came up about the DES, I'm going to call up Tracy Sales from the DES and remind you that Commissioner Scott did pass out written testimony. You should have it just to make sure everybody's got it. It's got the blue on the top. Thank you, Ms. Sales.
Turn on. Okay, there we go. So thank you, Chair Harb and members of the committee for hearing me today. My name is Tracy Sills. I am the Rivers and Lakes Programs Administrator at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. In that role, I administer and manage the Rivers Management and Protection Program. I have been with the program for almost 13 years now, and really appreciate that Eric has got the LAC's best interests in mind. So NHDES takes no position on House Bill 624, so I'm here just to provide information and answer questions. I will note, as has already been stated, there is a proposed amendment on page 2 of the testimony that we've handed out that is administrative in nature, and we are happy to take suggestions on how to best distribute funds should they move forward. Some background about the program, as Representative Turr mentioned, the bill provides funding to our local river management advisory committees. They're volunteer groups authorized under RSA 483, the Rivers Management and Protection Program, when a river is designated. All 19 designated rivers are a result of a grassroots effort by their local communities, and it requires both legislative and governor approval through the bill process. The purpose of the program is to coordinate the many uses of our rivers and promote communication both between municipalities and between municipalities in the state. As mentioned, the local advisory committees are made up of volunteer members representing their municipalities along the rivers, and they're a key component of the Rivers Management and Protection Program, and have 4 statutory duties. Those duties are: 1, to advise DES, the statewide Rivers Management Advisory Committee, and the riverfront municipalities on issues relating to management of the river; to comment on federal, state, and local permits and plans for projects which may impact their rivers; develop and implement the corridor management plan and promote its adoption in local master plans; and report to DES, the Rivers Management Advisory Committee, and municipalities on regulatory compliance and the activities of the LAC on behalf of the river. Examples of activities that LACs undertake in the implementation of their duties include outreach at community events, youth education, water quality monitoring, river cleanups, work with communities on issues of flooding, runoff, and erosion, and they act as a conduit for community members to share concerns with the state. The DES expects, as Representative Turer mentioned, that these funds would be used to help the LACs meet their statutory duties, holding meetings, printing flyers and creating displays for outreach events, writing and updating their corridor plans, including GIS maps and analysis that require hiring a contractor, implementing those plans, including water quality monitoring, supplies, and testing beyond what is available through the DES Volunteer River Assessment Program, and hosting websites for posting meeting notices and minutes under RSA 481A, as well as information about the river and the LAC's activities. With respect to the proposed amendment, again, this is an administrative amendment, and the idea was simply to make the process of dispersing the funds as easy and simple as possible for such a small amount of money. We are welcome to any suggestions on how to best accomplish this, and if rules are the best way to do that, we're happy to do that too. If you have any questions beyond that, I am happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How much do you give for grants to Lake New Hampshire lakes?
We do not, this program does not give money to New Hampshire lakes. Other programs at DES have for specific projects such as cyanobacteria.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the speaker? I don't see any hands raised, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Speaking in support of the bill, Michelle Tremblay from New Hampshire Rivers Council. Michelle. What's this?
Okay. Is everyone able to hear me?
I was passed the note, and it's not for you, but for everyone. If you're speaking, remember the little light has to be on, so it'll say red. It'll look red, so you could see it. And if you can push the mic closer to you, not only for us in the room, but also for the tape and the live streaming, it would be helpful. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you.
Great. I love it when people pass notes. It gives these proceedings a great deal of intrigue. So thank you for sharing that one. My name is Michelle Tremblay, and I'll offer testimony for two organizations that I lead. The first is the New Hampshire Rivers Council, and you have that letter in front of you with the blue logo up at the top. I won't read it, and I won't go over any ground covered, but I do want to say that the New Hampshire Rivers Council has been there since the start. For those of you who have ever wondered what that poster is right there with the 5 bands of river pictures, our R&D is near and dear to our hearts because it originally passed RSA 483 with those 5 rivers in the beginning. And since then, 22 rivers or river segments are in the program, and 20 local river management advisory committees are active. This comprises about over 1,000 river miles. That's about 9 out of our 19,000 miles of rivers. That's about 50% of the state's municipalities or localities that are in the program, with about 200 volunteers. The value so far that they've donated as of the last biennium report is about $157,000. So the state does see a great return on its investment, and this very modest grant program will add very little to the budget, hardly noticeable as far as appropriations are concerned, but it will return a great deal. And in addition to sponsors Creighton and Representatives Turo, I am also part of an LAC. I've been chair for almost all of its charter, 35 years, so more than half of my life has been spent on one. And everyone who has served on them, I believe, feels very strongly that this is a great service to municipalities. They are nominated by select boards, city councils, boards of aldermen, and then they're appointed by the Rivers Management Advisory Committee. So this is a ground-up effort, and it's really important to note that they work closely representing their municipalities. In particular, the management plans, which is one of the 2 statutory duties, this is more or less an unfunded mandate because the river advisory committees do not have a dedicated funding source. So I want to thank Representatives Creighton and Tur for bringing this bill forward. And that will conclude that testimony until you ask me to speak for the Rivers Management Advisory Committee.
So on her one hat, anybody have a question for her? I don't see any, but why don't you just stay there and tell us about your second hat?
I
on your
appreciate
second
that.
hat.
And by the way, I'm not sick. I'm in an immune compromised household, but this is what I look like when I'm working in my office. All right, on to the next volunteer activity, and that is the Rivers Management Advisory Committee, which I chair. Again, will not read the letter, but I wanted to accentuate that this program has these multiple levels, the state level and the local level. And the RMAC, Rivers Management Advisory Committee, feels very strongly that the cities and towns are ultimately going to benefit from the volunteers' work if they have a little boost with their funding. And without funding, we have the $157,000 in match. The belief is that you'll see many-fold a return if this modest appropriation is passed. And the statutory requirement has been of significant concern for some time because many LACs want to fulfill this obligation but have not been able to because there really is a requirement to have some technical resources and some staff people available to just boost those volunteer efforts and get them over the finish line so that municipalities can have these plans. So both the RMAC and the New Hampshire Rivers Council feel strongly that this is a great use of state resources. We both recognize that this is a challenging time and we understand that you've been given guidance, but we believe that there are ways that this modest amount of funding each year can be placed in the budget. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Tremblay? Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you
your
very much.
testimony. I have one more pink card. Excuse me if I can't read your last name. Robert Birdie, representing himself, opposing the bill. Did I say your name right for the record?
You said it right.
Thank you. Mr. Birdie.
There we go. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and committee members, appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to have a dual role here. One I've submitted for the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association for Jason Stock, who is the director. He had a conflict, so I am a past president of the Timberland Owners Association, and currently serve on the policy board. The letter is, I gather, and the testimony is self-explanatory. And
so, Mr. Birdie, if I can interrupt you.
Yeah.
I was given your card for 624, but you're on 629. You're on the dam bill?
The dam, yes.
We can say that
am I
a
too
lot.
early?
It's the dam bill. No,
Oh.
I called you up because they put you too early. Okay.
Oh,
You may
okay.
be next, but you're a little too early for this bill. You- I know Ms. Tremblay wanted to hear all about the dams and how it affects the rivers. Hang around because
I'll-
Mr. Birdie's coming back.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry
Mr.
about
Birdie.
that.
That's all right.
I was directed to just,
Nope, I called you up because you were in the stack. So I don't have any other cards for 624. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on House Bill 624? Anyone else? House Bill 624. So now our Sergeant at Arms, Representative Sargent's going to give us the lowdown on the internet.
Thank you, Mr.
and the
Chairman.
blue sheets.
We have 18 in support online, 3 opposed, 4 in support on the blue sheet and 1 opposed, and 1 neutral.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to close the hearing on HB 624 FNA, and we have to wait 3 minutes, Mr. Birdie, to call you up. So if anyone else has a card on 629, we'll be happy to take it. You can pass it forward on 629. We will start that right away at 1:30. Thank you. Oh, is he? Is that Leishman?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I was. Put them in your pocket. 629, 629.
That was the lunchtime batch.
She's trying to help me out over here, Representative Donnelly. You know, we're a team. Thank you. Don't want Mr. Birdie to feel alone. Clark, Scott, DES, Leishman. When they put these together.
I hope they better.
Oppose. Huh.
Did we actually do
So while we're waiting for 1:30 to come, I just wanted to remind all the representatives again, before next Wednesday, your respective parties will have their caucuses. Wednesday morning, we're execing the 8 bills we're hearing today. Wednesday afternoon, we'll exec the 4 bills that we'll hear after we exec the 8 bills in the morning. And as of today, that'll bring us up to speed and date for our bills, and we'll see if any more come in the next week or so. Thank you. And I want to, if I didn't say it before, I want to thank everybody for getting their reports in. That helps me. I think the process that we did the first 10 bills worked out excellent. If we could just keep that up, because we've got the 8 and then the 3. So we got another 11 to write. But we'll have time, and we'll still follow that same process. If I can get them by the weekend, then I have the weekend to enjoy reading and working on them while I'm running around doing all sorts of other things.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Peter Leishman. I represent Peterborough and Sharon. Before I start, I would like to thank a couple of people that were heavily involved in a committee to study alternatives to the funding and operation, maintenance, and repair of state-owned dams. One being one of your members, Representative Dunn. Good to see you. Representative Willett, who may be appearing today to testify, and also Lou D'Alessandro. Senator D'Alessandro was the chairman of this committee. We met 5 times last year to discuss some of the ongoing problems with the state's dams. Mr. Chairman, the state of New Hampshire finds itself uniquely situated among the nation regarding its water infrastructure. There is not another state in the Union that possesses direct ownership over a significant amount of dams and impoundments as New Hampshire does. Today, the state of New Hampshire owns 276 dams, 208 that are directly operated by the Department of Environmental Services, and any impoundment exceeding 6 feet is considered in this figure. Meanwhile, the state of Vermont directly owns only 14 dams. Of the dams not operated by DES, the remainder are operated among various agencies such as the University of New Hampshire. They're leased to hydro generators, and in recent years, the number of leases to hydro generators has declined, presumably because of the burden of capital expenditures to maintain these structures. In the event the leasee walks, the state assumes all responsibilities. DES categorizes its portfolio according to the hazard each dam poses downstream. High hazard dams pose threat to life. Significant hazard dams pose a threat to the value of infrastructure, and low hazard dams pose a threat to minor property loss, and non-menacing dams are which go largely unnoticed when they breach. Of the state's 276 dams, 64 are considered high hazard. 34 are considered significant hazard, and 80 are low hazard. And there are 98 non-menacing structures. According to DES, the approximate cost to rehabilitate and remediate the aforementioned total would exceed $400 million. DES provides the Dam Bureau with an annual revenue of roughly $7 million on average, evenly split among the general fund, capital appropriations, in addition to hydropower revenues, rental proceeds, and other fees. To abide by a 50-year rehabilitation schedule, the Dam Bureau requires $16 million annually. Current revenues received place the Dam Bureau short by over $16 million annually. And this is only to repair the dams in a 50-year period. If we go with a shortfall, it would take over 100 years to meet our obligations. Considering the age and condition and growth and development downstream from state dams, it is an untenable situation. The state began assuming ownership of dams in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Many of these newly acquired assets were from the 19th and 20th century. They're antiquated and have significantly aging parts. While the state of New Hampshire is an exception in respect to the ownership of its dams, it may not be an exception regarding the growth of the national trend in dam failures. Failures have occurred in Texas, Michigan, Minnesota, Vermont, and even in New Hampshire itself. And I do have a handout, Mr. Chairman, that actually identifies those dams that have failed in the state recently. You may recall dam failures in Littleton, Forest Lake, Newport, and the town of Warren have all experienced a failure or significant damage in recent history. New Hampshire DES asserts that Weather and climate may not be the primary instigator of these failures. In addition to rehabilitation, the committee also considered removal of state dams. Regardless of the removal, failure of these dams would actually bring water levels anywhere between 5 and 10 feet or entirely below the dam site itself. In light of the nationwide incidences and in light of current storms and the imminent revenue challenges, the committee found it prudent that a stable, consistent mechanism to furnish the Department of Environmental Services with sufficient funds for the operation, maintenance, and repair of state-owned dams be established. The current arrangement is not sustainable, nor is it in the best interest of local communities, recreational, environmental interests, or future budgets. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions. And with your approval, I do have a handout which has a lot of information, which I'm sure you'll find interesting.
Thank you. Before you hand that out, does anybody have any questions for the representative? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Representative. How did you, or what's the policy behind limiting the tax increase to waterfront owners?
Well, we looked at a number of options. One was to fund it through general funds. There was general consensus it wasn't fair to tax everybody in the state for something they may not utilize. We looked at the real estate transfer tax as another possibility, but again, people would be paying that assessment when they would have no benefit of the dam. So we looked at it at the end when we were done, and we held 5 public hearings on this, that if someone's directly impacted, they probably should pay the fee and not someone that wasn't directly impacted. So that's where the fee structure idea came from.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Was there any consideration of treating shoreland that's not in current use or that's in conservation differently than that?
They would be exempt.
They
So
are
it would be
exempt,
like
both.
commercial, residential, but any conservation land would be exempt from the tax.
And
Or fee, it's a fee, not a tax.
Okay, sorry, fee.
Yeah.
And undeveloped land would be the same?
If it was in current use, yes, but
Okay.
if it was just sitting there, it would still be subject
All
to.
right, thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
For some of these dams, as I understand, are impounding impounding water bodies that do not have public access. So should should this load be spread to all waterfront property owners in those cases when those water bodies have a very small number of people that can access the water?
It would be based on any waterfront property that was actually created by an impoundment. And some of the information I have here in front of me, just to give you an idea, I think most of you are probably familiar with Newfound Lake in Bristol. That's a high hazard dam there. It's in poor condition, and the water height is 12 feet. So if that dam had to be breached, or in other words, they might necessarily not have to be breached, but the gates would be open to drain the lake. So you could see there'd be a significant loss of lakefront if that dam had to be breached, if you couldn't afford to repair it. And there are other major dams across the state that come to mind. Lake Winnipesaukee, that impounds 10 feet of water. And that dam is also in poor condition, fair to poor condition. And there's some others that are in significant trouble. And for instance, Lake Sunapee, and that's 14 feet of elevation that the dam provides. So this is a serious problem. And as you can see, we've got hundreds of dams in the state. And without adequate fees to take care of those dams, at some point there will be a major breach and property and lives could be lost.
Yes, Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question.
Sure.
For commercial use of the dams, such as the power companies, how are the fees set with them?
And the DES is behind me, they're probably more familiar with the fee structure, but they all are assessed a fee if it's a state dam. So they do pay the state for the use and production of power at that facility. I don't know what the fees are, what they're based on, but they are assessed a fee if it's a state-owned dam. Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thanks for your courtesy. And if it's all
You can
right, I can
pass
just...
those out now.
Sure.
Yeah. While you're passing those out, Corey Clark from New Hampshire DES, are you speaking in also on behalf of the commissioner?
No, that's fine.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I put in a card for both of us, so.
I didn't know if you were going to just watch and see how we did, so.
Actually, it's quite the other way around, I think. So for the record, I'm Bob Scott. I'm Commissioner with the Department of Environmental Services. And Corey?
And for the record, I'm Corey Clark, Chief Engineer at the Dam Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
Thank you. Welcome to Resources.
Thank you. So the handout we have, is that already gone? Yes. Okay, so we have a handout that's going around. I don't want to reiterate too much of what the Representative Leishman said, but I do want to make some points. So again, Corey is our Dam Bureau chief with a lot of experience. He replaced a longtime state employee. Similarly, as with any change, we tend to relook at things when somebody new comes in. One of the largest concerns we had is articulated is, again, we are responsible for maintenance and rehabilitation of the 276 state dams, and 64 of those are high hazard. Again, so what that means is there's potential loss of life and property if the dam were at risk. So going back in time, if we look historically, we are generally funded out of the capital budget for the repairs to state-owned dams. Going back in that same time frame, the past decades, this is not a knock on the general court, but the level of funding we've been receiving puts us on a 100-year cycle to rehabilitate the 276 dams, and that's was very concerning for me. Because of that, we asked last biennium, we asked for the study commission, which the sponsor was discussing, to look for ways for a sustainable funding source for the dams. So a couple more points is, so the high hazard dams, and I'll be very blunt here. Again, that involves a potential loss of life or property. The agency, certainly not under my watch, we will not knowingly allow that type of thing to happen. So what that means, as articulated by the sponsor, is if a dam is in a condition where that's possible, we will be forced to unilaterally lower the level of that dam to make it safe. And again, as an example, the Lakeport Dam on Lake Winnipesaukee, we would be lowering it 10 feet, as an example. And there's many examples throughout the state. So that's just a reality. So this is not a case where if things aren't funded, it's okay. The dam deteriorates whether you fund it or not. For the I'm stating the obvious, I know. So our intention was with that study committee was, again, to raise awareness. I truly believe the average citizen doesn't really think about the dam that's holding up the impoundment. I'm here to tell you unless you're using a canoe or a kayak, I guarantee you that water body you're putting your boat in, for example, is supported by a dam. That's just the reality in this state. So that's really our goal, is to educate and ultimately find a sustainable way to fund these dams. I want to thank again Representative Dunn and the members of the committee that looked at this. I do have, again, our chief engineer here. We want to make ourselves available to answer any questions. Again, it's imperative, in my view, that we find a sustainable funding source. I will say the actual mechanism of how the funding happens, we're agnostic at this point. We just want to make sure that ultimately we get to a point where we can find a sustainable way to fund these dams and make sure
again, New Hampshire's economy and people are safe and sustained.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Did you want to speak, or are you all set?
I can speak just real quickly, just kind of a bit on the background of the dam maintenance fund. Question came up about the hydros. How has that worked? So really, as the sponsor had said, beginning in around 1937, that's when the state of New Hampshire started taking on ownership of some of these dams, and really kind of peaked in the 60s and early 70s, in which the state years on end were taking over these dams that were originally built in the 1800s by power companies or mill companies. And the state was taking over these assets because they were no longer useful to those companies, or the companies could no longer sustain the maintenance and the repair costs. So the state was taking that on. In the 1980s, the Dam Maintenance Fund was created as a funding mechanism to support the repair and reconstruction and the operation of state-owned dams. The idea behind that is the state of New Hampshire would lease various sites to hydropower producers, and as part of the revenue, they would actually receive that as income that would help support the program. What happened is throughout the 1990s, the program was pretty much self-funding, and then when the power purchase agreements were all restructured as part of the divestment that occurred in 2002, those power purchase agreements dropped from anywhere from around 15 or 17 cents a kilowatt hour that the hydropower producer was getting down to around 3 cents a kilowatt hour. And it's been like that ever since. So since the early 2000s, the revenue coming into the Dam Maintenance Fund has dropped significantly, and also the number of hydro sites has also dropped. In 2004, we had 12 sites that we were leasing for hydropower. That number is now down to 8. So the most recent site that we just lost that used to create hydropower was Kelly's Falls Dam in Manchester. Some of you may have been familiar with some of the articles written on that. But essentially that site was a site in which the hydropower producer was there. They were relicensing that project through the FERC, which oversees all hydropower. As part of the relicensing, they were required to put in fish passage. It became too economically unfeasible in order to actually do that and still make revenue at that site. So they relinquished their lease at that site, left the site, and now the DES is now operating that site without hydropower. So we have a hydropower unit that's sitting there idle, trying to figure out what we can do to get that site running. So that's just a bit of the background of where we're at. Roughly, we get around $600,000 in revenue from all of our leases. We discussed Lakeport Dam, the Elwood Winnipesaukee. That's a very small hydropower site. That site, we get just around a little over $7,000 in lease revenue from that site annually. So it certainly helps, every little bit does, but it's not going to help on the repair of the 70-year-old gates that we have out there that really need to be fixed in order to maintain Lake Winnipesaukee. So with that, we'll open up with any questions. And the average age of state-owned dams are anywhere from 100 to 200 years old. I mean, we just did a failure analysis at Bull Lake Dam over in Stratford, which is 192 years old. And so it's not uncommon for us to be dealing with structures that were built in the 1800s that are really still in the same configuration as they were in the 1800s.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Question, Representative Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for being here today. Really appreciate it. One of the things that the committee came up with was to have you guys help us educate the body. And I feel like somewhere that got lost. So we're executing this bill next week. And I would say the majority of this committee doesn't even know how important most of these dams are and how much impact they have on the local economy. So I don't know if it's too late or not, but if you guys, one of the things that we had talked about was you guys educating this body and the finance committee as to how important this is, because this bill is needed. But in this environment of economic, if we don't educate the people, they're not going to vote for this. So, and you guys have any plans to educate the body to help them understand the importance of this and how it affects their local economy?
So I've certainly been presenting anytime I've been invited in, science, technology, and energy. I did a presentation to that committee on this very issue. And there's also been several other different, not legislative organizations, but outside organizations that we've been really trying to push this message through.
Again, similarly, we're we'll make ourselves available to any and all. One thing I think we talked about in committee is maybe but I think we would need a sponsor to do that. If you want to have a general session available someday at Reps Hall, we'd be happy to do that too. So any and all of that.
Yeah. Follow
Follow up.
the timing might not be good for that, but I think education will help the body understand how important this is, because I would be willing to bet you that the majority of the reps here don't even know the lakes that have dams and how important it is to their local economy. So, education is always a good thing. And if we could get together and do that, I'd be happy to do that. But I know we have a short time frame before this is exact. So, but thank you guys for coming.
Presentation you mentioned you make, is it on PowerPoint slides?
Yeah,
Less than 100 slides?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you want to send your PowerPoint presentation to the committee. Not that everybody's going to watch it, but at least then you'll have that. You can click through it. Then you can contact these gentlemen if you have any specific questions before next week. Representative Gould? You need to put your mic down and turn it on.
Yes, I don't have a question, but maybe have a good editorial in some of the newspapers so that everybody knows about it and maybe can, do something.
Good idea.
Any other questions for the reps? We'll go to Mr. Taylor, then Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. I have many lakes in my district, and one of them has a dam authority which pays to state so much a year, it's Lake Ossipee. 2 of the 3 towns that border on the lake. Would that dam authority and the fees go away and be replaced with this?
So that is a unique situation that we have over there on Lake Ossipee with the authority over there. The income that we get from that authority, my understanding is that really just helps provide some of the on-site operation that we have to do out there. But unfortunately, what we're seeing at Lake Ossipee, while we did invest over $6 million on one part of the 2 dams that are required out there, the other dam out there needs significant rehabilitation work as well. So we're going to be looking at somehow funding probably upwards of $4 to $5 million in renovations that other side of the dam is also going to require sometime in the near future. Yes, and the one that we repaired several years ago, the 6.5 million, that was all capital appropriations that took place for that. None of the just not the association, but what you had mentioned previously, the authority.
Thank you.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for being available today. I have a question on the taxability of the land. The way I read this bill, it says all taxable waterfronts. We heard the prime sponsor say that current use wouldn't be included, but current use is taxed land. So it seems to me that this assessment would be made by Department of Environmental Services. So how do you interpret this bill?
So on that front, I know there are certain questions coming up about what's taxable, what's not taxable, conservation land, current land use, things of that nature. One thing that we do believe that would help us as part of this is having rulemaking authority. We do think we have that authority under 482:87 as far as being able to make rules within the chapter of 482, which the fee would be included. However, certainly including the rulemaking authority within the bill would help bolster that and allow us to have a process not only of what land would be taxable, but how exactly we would go about determining the actual linear footage on each parcel and things of that nature. So.
Follow up?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that answer. So the $1.58 per foot, can you talk about how that was computed and if it included the land that is currently in current use?
So the way that was computed is similar legislation came about in 2009 under HB 490 at that time. And that legislation, they looked at what exactly would the linear footage be. And it was roughly over 6 million linear feet of shorefront is on the 276 bodies of water created by state-owned dams. And of that, a little over I think 1.4 million is roughly what they felt was tax exempt. And at that time, it was nonprofits. So for example, the Grafton Pond in Grafton, New Hampshire is owned by the state. The dam is owned by the state of New Hampshire. That majority of the shorefront around that is owned by a nonprofit. That was not included in the value. And so the actual, in 2009, when we looked at this, the actual value of taxable shorefront was about 4,790,000 linear feet would be actually taxable. So if you take that value, you multiply by the $1.58, you come up with roughly a little over $7.5 million of revenue potential that would come out. Obviously, once the program is built, we would go ahead, reanalyze all this, so those numbers would likely fluctuate to some degree, but that's a ballpark, and that is what the committee used to make their assessment.
Representative Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I know in Salem, we have the Millville Dam that's actively being rebuilt right now, and the taxpayers we got a grant from DES, and then the taxpayers also had to fund a bond. How many of these types of dams do you see long-term? Do you see a bond being created where then you can use some of this money and it pays off bonds? How does this work for DES with your dams?
So historically, going back to when the Dam Maintenance Fund was originally created, there were bonds associated with that. I believe those have since been paid off in entirety. So really, as of over the past 20 years, ever since we started having returning drops in return in revenue on the Dam Maintenance Fund, and we've been switching to capital funds, really, as of right now, we solely rely on capital funds for all our major repair projects. So to answer your question, could there be some kind of bonding that could take place? Quite possibly, but I'm just not familiar enough with the state process on that front.
Any other questions for our speakers? Representative Sargent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know how many households or properties are downstream of these dams that benefit safety-wise from their upkeep?
So they're downstream of state-owned dams. There's likely thousands of properties that would be affected if state-owned dams failed. Thousands of road crossings as well. However, of that inventory of 276 dams, there's only 27 that are actually flood control structures. So the vast majority of these, roughly 90% of all of these dams, are not made for flood retention purposes. And so really what that means is that dam, there would likely be less of a risk to those downstream individuals if that dam wasn't in place. Because that dam is there, the water body is created, the threat is created. If that dam was removed, those downstream people would not have that upstream threat. So, like I said, there are roughly 27 flood control sites that act truly as flood control sites. The dams are very large in relation to their actual impoundment. And those dams, they fill up during a storm event, similar to, as many of you are probably familiar with, Franklin Falls Dam, owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Hopkinton Everett Dam, Army Corps of Engineers. They act in a similar function. We have about 12, roughly a dozen up in the Baker River Valley, another dozen down in the Sauhegan River Valley, and a couple other scattered throughout. But like I said, the vast majority of all of our dams are not made to work in that function.
And if I could, the number below the dams continues to increase as population fills in and that type of thing. So that also results in the number of high hazard dams actually increasing, even though the dam itself didn't change, but the people behind it changed.
Yeah, and just on that front, like in 2004, we had 33 high hazard dams. Now we have 64. It's not because we're building new dams. It's because more development is occurring downstream. So you have dams that were once a low hazard dam, designed and built to serve that purpose. Houses are built downstream. The classification of that dam then changes. Now that dam has to be rebuilt to meet high hazard criteria, which is which is a much higher threshold for ability to manage a storm event, the ability to manage its stability, things of that nature.
Any other questions? One follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to draw the distinction between why the fee, the shoreland waterfront fee is limited to people on the water. So I hear it for the 250 dams that are simply there to create the body of water and not for flood control. But what about for the 27 dams that do create flood control and benefit the downstream properties? Why were those property owners, do you know why they were eliminated from consideration of paying something towards the upkeep?
I don't want to speak for the committee that looked into this, but it was solely focused on, and even these flood control sites provide some kind of benefit. So, for example, there's a flood control site. Dam was built for flood control, but it also has development around it as well. And there's also another site that has drinking water purposes as well. So there are still people benefiting from those impoundments. So yes, you could say there are downstream communities that benefit as well. In fact, New Hampshire has been working with the AG's office and trying to figure out those benefits with the state of Massachusetts, because certainly the Army Corps sites provide a benefit not only to the residents of New Hampshire, but to the state of the residents of Massachusetts. So the Attorney General's office, that's been a long ongoing process working on that. But I think the committee wanted to focus on who truly is benefiting from the vast majority of these impoundments.
Anyone else? Mr. Taylor?
Your comments about the folks downstream from high hazard dams, are they aware of the change of the situation, that they are in high hazard? And are they being impacted with flood insurance accordingly?
So when there's a house downstream of a high hazard dam, and say we have to do, so as part of managing all these projects, we have to do all the emergency action plans, which include all the mapping necessary and everything else to figure out who exactly is downstream of these. When those maps are created, they not only get distributed to the dam safety program at DES, but also they get distributed to Homeland Security, all the state police, local police, and everything else. So should there be an incident, the locals and everybody else can respond accordingly. There are times that those downstream people find out that they are within an inundation area, but not necessarily. There's certainly no requirement on home sales or anything else to notify that you are living downstream of a high hazard dam, nor do the FEMA flood insurance maps reflect that. So when flood insurance maps are created, they're created based on a storm event moving through a particular river system, not necessarily on a dam failing within that river system. So when we hear about flood insurance and those people who live within flood areas designated by FEMA, it doesn't take into account whether or not that is because if there's a dam upstream or not. There are a couple of sites that are originally built by Army Corps, in which one, for example, there's a site over in Farmington, not owned by the state. It's actually owned by the town of Farmington, but it's a levee system in which, in order for the people downstream of that levee not to have to pay flood insurance, the town of Farmington has to upkeep that levee in order to make sure that those people are exempt from flood insurance. But there's no program. That is because it's an Army Corps site. There's no program like that for state sites.
So, gentlemen, I have one question, and poor Mr. Birdie's waiting to talk, but I know this committee has had bills before relating to dam decommissioning. I'm sort of amazed at the percentage. 250 are just to create water and only 27 are to stop floods. What if we decommissioned all 250 dams, you lowered the water level, and then that would save like $60 million to have to repair them and replace them? Has that been looked at by this committee, your commission, or anybody? Just a question.
I'll let Corey answer, but real quick, yes, if the communities in the legislature would accept that, I would say two things. Ultimately, a dam is here. We're talking hundreds of years, and as I think we're talking about is and the operation and maintenance is absolutely essential. So this is a gift that keeps on giving. So I agree, in a vacuum, removing dams like that would be, in the long term, the cheapest way to go. But I will say, even doing that costs millions of dollars. And our experience is in the local communities, and this, it is what it is. There's a lot of resistance to change like that, to those impoundments going away. Again, we gave you some statistics on the amount of the water levels going down. Remember, with the influx of folks, most of those water body impoundments have people living on the water, and they seem to eject. They don't like to have mud flats. They like to have the water, I think. So I'm just stating the obvious. I was smirking because that's kind of a political question, right? How much pain are you willing to endure? But overall, in a vacuum, we absolutely do think that's the right answer for the long-term cost.
In a vacuum, yes, I understand. And didn't we have a bill, follow up, yes, you may. Didn't we have a bill, I think, a year or 2 years ago about selling some of these dams to the local towns? That wouldn't eliminate our problem to get them repaired, right? It just would take it off the state and put it on the towns.
Correct. I'm in favor of that, certainly.
I thought you might be. All right, any other questions? No. Okay, thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Mr. Birdie, now you're up. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, but my legacy is right church, wrong pew, and I've done it more than once. It's embarrassing when you go to an airport and to get on a flight and you're a day early. It's even more embarrassing when you're a day late, and I've done both. So I previously, for members of the committee who might not have been here, I began my remarks by saying that kind of a dual role. I'm filling in for Jason Stock, the Executive Director of the Timberland Owners Association, and you have written testimony from him. I served as a president of the association in the past, and presently I am on the policy committee, and you have our response that Jason has written, so thank you. And I would try to answer any of the questions that may be in that, but again, it's kind of the recommendations of in the position of the timberland owners. I'm here today representing myself, but as a forester, and I'm also a selectman and presently chair of the board in Rumney, New Hampshire. I am a licensed forester, and in the past managed several thousands of acres of woodland throughout the state. Presently, I only manage one major client. My farmer firm is still active and managing land throughout the state. The one client that I'm here to discuss owns land throughout the state, presently about 17,500 acres of timberland, stretching from West Stewartstown, kind of a triangle over to New Durham and Alton, and then over to Hill and Danbury. And within that triangle, they own and manage, as I mentioned, 17,500 acres of land, of which approximately one half is in conservation easements. And currently, we are looking at placing another 470 acres in easement in Campton Bog, and I will get back to that, and an additional 1,500 acres is under consideration. The property that I've mentioned in Campton has Campton Bog on it. I've been working on this easement since 1989. The original application was turned down for the lack of funding, although it was heavily supported by Fish and Game for the habitat of mammals, but also very important location of the bog, it supports a very active native trout population. Three major tributaries into Campton Bog come through our property. And so this land is under consideration and should be closed on sometime in the late summer or early fall of 2025. The property that we have consists of about, depending on how you measure it, and I bear your indulgence, I became aware of this bill only on Monday afternoon, so I don't have any prepared comments, but I was able to extract some information on the amount of land with water frontage, and it is about over 7,000 feet of standing water, and in high water times, it's about 10,200 feet. We have another property, or the Green Acres does, in Wentworth, New Hampshire, on the outflow of Lower Baker Pond, which we have an additional 3,200 feet. The impact, if I read this bill correctly, and again, I ask for your indulgence because I just became aware of it, but the impact, the financial impact of this on Green Acres Woodland is a minimum of $16,600 a year. And if all the wetland is considered, it's $20,700 per year. I'm not against the importance of taking care of the dams. I think it's been well represented and presented to but the impact is financially killing. We are putting an easement on Campton Bog for several purposes. One is the protection of critical habitat for mammals and fish, but also they're giving up the development potential outside of the bog, which is quite valuable. It's upland hardwood, and they're getting rid of any commercial or residential improvements that could be made to it. So what we have is a parcel of land, about a third of which is impacted as either wetland or standing water, and the remainder is we can't develop it. We have had several timber harvests on this property over the last 40 years, and presently we're standing with a diverse timber stand ranging in ages from about 5 years old to 40 years old. The next major cut will be in about 20 years. So there's really not a lot of income from this property, and the taxes where it's under current use is about $2 an acre a year. The bog in its total is about 470 acres, so you can do the math that taxes are about $800 or $900 a year. Believe me, this will be a killer. So I just really have a lot of concern about the way this has been structured. We're about a half a mile to 3/4 mile to the standing water. And yes, you could get a canoe into the water, but you'd be dragging it through a lot of land. And this land is open for the public, will be open for the public. It's open for snowmobiling, it's open for hunting, and it's open for fishing, of which, quite frankly, the client gets no income from. It's free to the public. So I think, and I don't know how other people who have land similar to ours are going to be impacted, but that is a lot of money. In 10 years, that's $200,000 if you go with a higher, or $160,000 in 10 years. And that is not financially feasible for them to retain this land. Maybe the state would like to buy it. And we've had support with Fish and Game on working with them on the easement along with the Forest Society. So I think a careful analysis of where this money's coming from and how it's impacting it. And I recognize there may be people that do have a benefit from the dams, will have cabins on it, or have approaches for their docks and so forth. But I think this is going a little bit much, and I think that it requires a little bit more study of how this is going to impact several landowners whose land are in current use and have no intention of probably ever developing it and have no use of it other than having the benefit of having water frontage. So I thank you for your indulgence, and I'll try to watch my schedule a little bit better next time.
Any questions for Mr. Birdie? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just, I want to be clear, your client has property that's on an impoundment that has.
That's correct.
It's with a state-owned dam, and on this impoundment as well are other cabins and other, residential properties?
We got two properties that I know of. One is in Wentworth just on the outflow of Lower Baker Pond. And there's 3,200 running feet along that. And then Campton Bog is, depending on what is wetland and what is water frontage, standing water is about 7,200 feet. And then if you take the wet area, at certain times of the year, it's over 10,000 feet. And as I read the bill, as I understand it, again, the variation, the minimum is about $16,600 on the two properties I noted. It could be as high as $20,000 a year. That's the annual payment.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if the dam was removed, what's the impact to your client?
The impact would be minimal. The impact would be, it would go a long ways toward destroying the habitat for native trout, brook trout.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Mr. Birdie? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Birdie.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. I think this says in support of the bill, Mr. Wayland?
Wheeler?
Could be.
Is there a
Jonah?
no on it?
Jonah, yeah.
Okay.
My clerk didn't correct it.
That's my poor handwriting. So I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you for coming here, Representative.
Oh, thank you very
You're
much,
in
sir.
favor, so go ahead.
For the record, my name is Jonah Orion Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. It's good to see friends and colleagues on the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. So thank you for having me here today. Before I get into my brief testimony, I just want to answer a few questions for people as they had it. To your question regarding the 27 flood control dams and how the committee decided whether or not to tax the people that weren't on waterfronts, the committee did look at that, and if the gates are open, it removes that flood risk from those people downstream. So the study committee had determined that because those gates are most often open, they don't benefit necessarily from those dams and therefore wouldn't be a part of that structure. The second thing that I'd like to address is the concerns of the testifier before me. If we give DES the rulemaking authority in this bill, then they would have the leeway to be able to determine which of those properties hash out all those details that he had concerns with. And I think DES is more than willing to hash out those details and are looking forward to doing that. Mr. Chairman, I'm here because those dams are in critical condition and are an important piece to the economy of our state, the lakes, the waterfronts, the fish and the fisheries, the swimming and the canoeing. There's a lot of money, probably an indeterminable amount that is brought in to our economy from these dams. And I would be concerned with moving forward with decommissioning as a solution. You know, how silly is it that we have these dams here from the late 1800s that haven't been addressed in so long? I think it's just time for us to find some fee structure and way to address these dams. And Representative Dunn, thank you so much for your hard work on this piece of legislation. And Representative Leishman, he's too humble. He has served as chair of Division I for a long time now and has been on the Finance Committee for a long time and is someone who's at least tries to be very careful with the money. And so when he comes forward with something which has money in it, I am generally supportive of it because I know he's done his due diligence to make sure that this is fiscally responsible for the state of New Hampshire. Representative Leishman has put hundreds of hours of work into this piece of legislation, as you have as well, Representative Dunn. And I hope there's some way to help educate the committee. And I would hope any of you who are interested in the study committee report would go to the fourth floor and ask Ann Fitzgerald to take you into the room where all those study committee reports collect dust and read that report, because I think it was well put, and I think they did a very good job on that study committee. So I'm here today to testify on this damn bill because it's a damn important one. And I hope that all of you will see that and find some way to give DES rulemaking authority and make sure that we can pass this for the safety of our constituents here in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. In opposition to the bill, Robert Johnson II, I think. New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's Policy Director and Administrator. New Hampshire Farm Bureau is a federation of New Hampshire's 10 county farm bureau organizations made up of just under 2,500 farm families, supporters, and associated business owners. And yes, as the chair has said, that we are opposed to the bill as drafted for the reasons have been mentioned. We've reviewed it, and we failed to see, as was mentioned by the sponsor, where open space lands with an easement, whether it be under current use or some type of conservation easement, are exempted. It simply says, read line 25, shoreline upon all taxable waterfronts maintained by a state-owned dam. I guess I'll jump to the piece on the rulemaking. For you to leave in rulemaking, we believe would be a huge mistake. I can't believe it's a mine that the department wants to go into, enter, especially developing rules to raise funds for their own agency. That's language that should be in this bill if those lands are exempt. We have one of the big questions our members had as well is the need to clarify is what is impounded water under the taxable waterfront. As far as you is probably aware, the state's prime farmland is concentrated along our river corridors. We have farmers in the state that own considerable frontage on those rivers. And a quarter mile of frontage is an assessment of over $2,000 a year, which our farmers cannot grow enough corn and crops to cover something like that. That needs to be clarified. To give you an example, I was reading in some of the department literature where talking about the Piscataqua River, which is over in New Boston area, and it read there was language that it was the dam over there. One of the dams was classified as impounding close to six miles of the river. So there is some type of classification of impounded water on these rivers, from what I understand. And again, just to reiterate that the open space landowners of the state are not deriving the same benefit as some, especially the recreational users are benefiting from. And they cannot justify a return based on the additional tax revenue. Not to mention that the water quality benefits of open land along these shorefronts, the tourism it provides to the state, as well as recreational opportunities. And I thank you for attention. I'll leave it at that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Matt Leahy from the Forest Society. It doesn't say if you're opposed or in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I'm not trying to evade that question, and I'll explain in just a second. But, we understand that the problem this bill is attempting to address is a major problem for our state. And Representative Leishman noted the total cost to fix these dams. I mean, that's a staggering amount, so we know that. But we have a concern and a question. You know, the concern is really, and Mr. Birdie already talked about that, and so did Rob, but, you know, land that is undeveloped, open, that's, you know, abuts a shoreland or near a shoreland, you know, those types of properties do provide really important ecological and environmental benefits for, you know, flood mitigation, you know, helping to sort of protect and you know, the water resources, whether, you know, in the ground or, you know, from that water body. So, you know, those types of properties are very important. And our concern is that the way the bill is structured, you know, we may be unintentionally creating disincentives for, you know, a landowner to maybe put their land in some type of, you know, open space status, whether with an easement or just in current use. So we are concerned about that point. And secondly, is really the question of, you know, what properties would be subject to this fee. And I do agree with Representative Darby. You know, our read of the bill is that, you know, land in current use would be subject to the fee. And again, you know, are we going to, again, have that unintentional impact on what we're trying to do to, you know, to keep some land open and undeveloped near these really important water bodies. And just speaking for the Forest Society, so we are a nonprofit, but we have chosen actually to put the land we own in current use status. And sort of what is not clear to us, because there is actually, you know, for a nonprofit, there's not a sort of automatic exemption to that tax status. They have to, you know, proactively apply to the local town, you know, for tax exempt. And so, but we have chosen to put our land in current use instead of, you know, exempting it from taxes. And we're not clear if the bill, you know, how our property or how we would be treated, since we do put it in current use and therefore we are taxable. But we're also a nonprofit. So we're just not, I guess, not clear how ultimately we would be treated under the bill. So, you know, we would urge the committee to maybe try to address these points. But I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
This is my last pink card. Opposing the bill, Sarah Holland, New Hampshire Realtors.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. My name is Sarah Holland. I am a real estate broker in central New Hampshire, and I'm the current chair of the Public Policy Committee for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. The Realtors oppose this bill. Imposing a tax base on shoreline frontage for properties benefiting from state-maintained dams raises several concerns regarding private property rights, equitable taxation, and the distribution of benefits. So targeting only waterfront property owners for dam maintenance funding is inequitable, as it disregards the broader community that benefits from the dam's existence, including recreational users and businesses that gain from tourism and water resources. Dams provide advantages that extend beyond adjacent property owners, such as flood control, recreational opportunities, and ecological benefits. Funding their maintenance should be a collective responsibility, not solely borne by a subset of property owners. Introducing a per-foot shoreline tax adds an additional financial strain on property owners, potentially leading to increase property taxes and make ownership less affordable. And implementing this tax could set a precedent for additional levies on property owners for public infrastructure, leading to further erosion of private property rights and increased financial obligation without corresponding individual benefits. And last year I was here in front of this committee for some other shoreland bills, and I just want to reiterate that this is not just the larger, more affluent homes on water bodies. These are a lot of folks like you and I that are struggling to pay our tax bill every single time that it comes out. So for these reasons, Realtors oppose HB 629. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards. Representative Sargent on the internet and the blue card.
Online, 7 in favor, 26 opposed. On the blue sheet, 2 opposed, 1 neutral.
Thank you. So seeing no one approaching the desk, I will close the hearing on HB 629 FN and immediately open the hearing on HB 644 FN relative to flying drones in state parks and recognize Representative Post, the prime sponsor, as she approaches the mic. Welcome back to Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always love coming back to my roots. This bill has been put through, I believe, for the third time. This bill allows for commercial and recreational use of drones or small unmanned aircraft in the state park, subject to exceptions and limitations, and establishes fees and authorizes fines to be assessed for violations. And I would like to turn this over to Drew McCalmont, who has a wealth of knowledge about this that I wouldn't be able to answer. But there are things that have changed since the last two bills we put in on this, and I think we might be able to do something about it this time for hobbyists. And I would like to allow him to come up.
Well, before he comes up, any questions for the representative, or she's deferring?
I am deferring.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And your name for the record.
Drew McCalmont, Hollis, New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for once again giving me the opportunity to speak before this committee. My name is Drew McCalmont. I'm a data scientist for IBM, and I'm from Hollis, New Hampshire. I'll try to keep my remarks brief since I've testified at length on this topic the last several years, and have included more information in my written testimony. To give you some background, I'm a licensed private pilot with over 250 hours, as well as one of the first licensed commercial drone pilots in the United States. I have deep ties to the New Hampshire aviation community, and I'm from a family of pilots. My dad is a pilot, my younger brothers are both pilots, my uncle is a pilot, my grandfather was a pilot, lots of pilots. From about the age of 8, I've been a model airplane or drone pilot, and many times I'd fly on state park land. So this would have been in the early 2000s. In 2020, it came to my attention that New Hampshire state parks started posting information and signage outright banning drones. That kicked off my outreach to several legislators, including Representative Lisa Post and Representative Keith Ammon, who are both sponsors of this current bill, HB 644. In the spirit of keeping this concise, I'm going to make 7 key points. Number 1, there's effectively no permitting process for launching and landing drones in state parks, no matter what you hear in other testimonies. This is a blanket drone ban as a knee-jerk reaction to drones. Number 2, the White Mountain National Forest allows drones on most of its land, provided that the pilot has the correct certifications and follows the federal aviation regulations, also known as the FARs. And there's a streamlined permitting process for commercial use. The spirit of this bill, HB 644, parallels the National Forest policies. Many states, number 3, many states already allow drones in most or some state parks. This includes California, Utah, Texas, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. A blanket drone ban is an insult to the live free or die state. Number 4, the state cannot regulate federal airspace. The state can only regulate launching and landing drones. Any attempt to put altitude restrictions would likely lead to legal trouble. In 2017, the FAA sued the city of Newton, Massachusetts, because the city attempted to regulate federal drone airspace. Number 5, people are already using drones in New Hampshire state parks. There are hundreds of videos on YouTube of drone flights in New Hampshire state parks. Let's regulate and keep this activity safe. Number 6, we allow hunting in New Hampshire state parks, which is both noisier and considerably more dangerous than drones. People die every year hunting in New Hampshire. And lastly, number 7, I want to preserve the opportunities that I had as a child for future generations. Drones are an excellent education opportunity for children and a great way to spark interest in STEM fields. Therefore, I ask the committee to support an ought-to-pass recommendation on HB 6044. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Questions for the speaker? I'm going to ask the question of Mr. Darby, and then we'll go to you, Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As a commercial drone pilot and licensed drone pilot, are you interested in the licensure, like getting a license to launch these, or are you interested in this from a sort of a hobby perspective? Because this bill seems to do both, permit hobbyists and provide for some licensing.
Yeah, my intent is both. Primarily, this is a hobby for me. I like to take photos and for non-commercial use, post them and save them and hang them up on my wall. But these are 2 use cases for drones, and we do need to have rules for both cases. And I do have the license, and I do want to have that ability to also take part in commercial use as well.
Representative Ryan, I said I'd go to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to say I appreciate your cleaning up that bill. This makes it a whole lot more easier to understand and answered all of those questions that we had before.
Thank you.
Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Is there a maximum decibel level under any regulation? If not, what is the average decibel level of a good-sized drone?
It can be anywhere. Thank you for the question. It can be anywhere from 60 to 70 decibels. So it's usually less than traffic noise outside. And in comparison, I don't have the sheet in front of me, but on my written testimony, I believe I have the decibel number for guns. It's much higher. It's more like 90 to over 100 decibels, depending on how close you are.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Brian Wilson, DNCR. Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Brian Wilson. I'm the Director of the Division of Parks and Recreation. I'm here today to provide some testimony on behalf of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources and the Division of Parks and Recreation. We would respectively like to provide you with the following information. When reviewing new or competing uses in state park lands, the DNCR considers the recreational experience of visitors in state parks, campgrounds, and trails. Protecting the quality of that experience is one of the purposes of our administrative rules. With respect to impacts of drones on other recreationalists, I asked the question of what potential impact would a drone have on other recreational users who are otherwise expecting to be able to enjoy a quiet experience in parks, campgrounds, or trails. Our administrative rules governing the use of the department lands include rules relative to public access, the quiet enjoyment of recreational use of the property by others or abutting landowners, not being disturbed, degradation of the visitor experience, and others. Although this bill prohibits flights that intentionally interfere with the reasonable use and enjoyment of the park by others, the definition of this provision is unclear and unenforceable. The bill also prohibits the use of drones with the intent to conduct video surveillance of private citizens in state parks without prior consent of the persons being surveilled. We believe that this provision is also unenforceable and that a visitor's privacy could be unintentionally impacted. With respect to commercial use, we have already in place a process that grants drone use with the issuance of a special use permit through our administrative rule process. Within the testimony that I provided are several examples of just permits that we have issued within the last year for individuals or groups who have seeks permission to operate a drone within state park bounds. The bill further authorizes the department to charge a retrieval fee of not more than $100. This fee may not fully cover the cost of staff time that would take staff away from their regular duties and responsibilities from our park visitors. Additionally, staff would be held liable for damage of drones during retrieval. The bill authorizes the department to charge a drone operator $25 per day for flights that occur in state parks. The Division of State Parks is operationally self-funded, and as such, we are authorized to set fees pursuant to RSA 2016 A3G through the fiscal committee's approval, and that helps us to maximize our revenues and adjust fees accordingly to market conditions and trends that are common practice in the private industry. This bill circumvents the department's established procedures to set fees for access and use of the park system. We respectfully request that the rules related to the recreational drone use in state parks be established under our administrative rule process. And we would request that any fees related to drone use is established through our current process under RSA 216A that includes review and approval of the fiscal committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We'll start with Representative Sargent, then go to Representative DuPont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lack of knowledge of the current laws or regulations, or I guess state park rules on drones. Could you let me know what is the current state of the law?
Well, I believe we have somebody from the Department of Safety here to speak to ongoing legislation during this session relative to the laws. And when this bill has been brought up in prior sessions as well too, there was testimony from the Department of Transportation relative to the laws. What we are strictly trying to control and enforce is the operating and the landing and launching within the bounds of the state parks. As was mentioned in previous testimony here, the control over what happens in airspace is not our specialty. So it is a challenge for us to keep pace with kind of ongoing with the industry of that and the kind of continuing prevalence of demand for it. So I don't have a lot of great specific answers relative to that question. Sorry.
Follow up.
Is it allowed right now in state parks? Can you land and take off a drone in a state park?
You can through our administrative rule process, you can get a permit and do that. Yes.
Representative DuPont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilson, who's responsible for enforcing these rules?
Thank you for the question. Ultimately, it's the responsibility of the park management staff. In this case, management staff, they're placed at a particular park. They're responsible for enforcing all of our rules of the park system. We have had instances where we rely on the local police force or Fish and Game or the state police when there is lack of compliance, and our authority to enforce laws does not go very far. So when we get to that kind of that test point, that's when we bring in law enforcement to help support us. Yep.
So for the benefit of those new members on this committee, because we've had drone bills for many years, my memory, and maybe Mr. Wilson can correct me if I'm incorrect, but it was mentioned. Once the drone, which is an unmanned, they don't really call them drone in statute, unmanned flight something. Once it's in the sky, it's the FAA that has control over the sky. We have no control over the sky. What we were told last year was we can control if we let them take off in the park and launch. But from what we had testimony before, if you're not in the park, you can be next to it on your friend's land, launch your drone and fly it over the park, and we have no control over it. The DNCR doesn't have control because it's in the sky. Am I correct about that?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
So just so you know, we don't have unlimited authority once it's up in the air. Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Sorry, just blanked on my question. So you previously went through rulemaking for this process. Can you talk about how you resulted at restricting takeoffs and landings across all state parks based on the public hearings?
So we are actually bringing that through the rulemaking process right now as we speak. We are working on that. So we did a comprehensive revision to our administrative rules over the last year or so, and that will be coming forward through the jail car process here over the next several months. I believe we're looking at a public hearing date. I don't want to say that. I know it was in the near future. I think sometime in March. So there's components relative to that in terms of outreach and notification that we're working through as we speak of that. Prior to that being drones, we were working off of a department policy for that, but to further strengthen this relative to drones and other things that were not captured through the administrative rules, we were operating on a policy level. So we're working on incorporating that language now currently.
Thank you.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there, can you imagine a case where the policy is not sort of black and white, where drone UAV use is allowed in some areas, but not others, less popular areas, something like that?
Well, as with every rule, it's never black and white when something becomes challenged and we attempt to enforce something. It is literally usually on a case-by-case basis relative to the nuances of that particular example. A couple of things that I could say. So one of the prior speakers mentioned that drone use is allowed in U.S. Forest Service property. That is correct. However, the National Park Service has a different policy where they only allow it through permitting. So the difference there is relative to generally the expectation that park space is going to be generally more populated with people and recreators than an open natural resources backcountry type space like the White Mountain National Forest, for instance. So that's where I could see plenty of examples where there probably would not be a general impact to regular visitors on either a very quiet day in a state park somewhere or somewhere where it's being operated discreetly or in the backcountry. We have other rules that are like this as well too. For instance, walking pets off leash. That is also something that is permitted within state parks, but the language within the regulations speaks to language around kind of remote areas and such and lack of people. So it becomes a judgment call. And then when that becomes a judgment call, that also becomes an issue for staff to, when that needs to be enforced. Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Wilson? Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. Pardon my ignorance, but how many state parks are there and what's the total acreage?
We manage 93 properties across the state, and between state forest reservations and state park reservations, I believe it is approximately 250,000 acres. Yeah.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
And I have one more card. Department of Safety, Christopher Ball, in opposition to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Ball. I'm here representing the Department of Safety. I'm a trooper employed by the state police, and I'm assigned to our aviation unit. The reason I'm here today is really just to bring forward potential issue or just something the committee should be aware of when considering this legislation going forward. And I apologies if you're already aware of this, but there are two other bills, one within the Senate, SB 49, and one within the House, House Bill 468, regarding the use of drones in New Hampshire. And specifically what that legislation is going to speak to is to defining crimes and penalties for those who choose to use drones in a nefarious way within New Hampshire. Prior to this, and I think it's been discussed lately here, is that law enforcement in New Hampshire hasn't had a lot of recourse up until this point to do anything with people that might be using drones nefariously for illegal means, either flying them recklessly, flying them in places where they're restricted. Generally, that's fallen to the federal government to enforce those rules. And the hope is with these two other bills being proposed is that New Hampshire law enforcement will have the recourse when appropriate to take enforcement action based on violations of that potential legislation. So with that, just asking that the language in this current bill at least be amended or just for consideration on the committee's part here when going forward to maybe have some wording in there that would speak to drone operators who would be taking off and flying from state parks, that they be made aware or at least somehow written into the bill that they must comply with state laws as well. And I realize I might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, asking you to address potential legislation that's in different parts of the legislative process right now, but I think it's just important that the committee is at least aware of it and consider that information as they move forward with this bill. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Pretty easy. No questions for the speaker. Thank you very much. I don't have any more pink cards. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak on HB 644 FN relative to flying drones in the state parks? Don't see anybody approaching the mic. And now Representative Sargent, online in the blue sheets.
Online, 11 in support, 5 opposed. Blue sheets, 1 in support, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to officially close the hearing on HB 644 FN. Thank you, Representative Post. And I'm going to go right into opening the hearing on HB 657 FM relative to short notice booking access for New Hampshire residents to state parks. Let's see. Prime sponsor, I believe, is Representative Sellers, and you're going to present the bill. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Representative John Sellers, Grafton District 10, Bristol and Bridgewater. I'm going to make this real easy. I'm going to ask you to ITL this bill because of federal law stepping on us. We're not able to really go forward with the bill without us stepping all over the federal law. So, and because we actually get federal money, it's a problem, and therefore the bill is just mute at this point. So, if you don't mind, I appreciate it if you ITL the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Mr. Wilson, do you still need to speak on that?
Anyone has any questions on clarity or anything relative to the topic?
So any questions for the representative asking us to ITL it, or Mr. Wilson from DNCR? Don't see any. So thank you very much, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So I don't see any more pink cards and don't see anybody approaching the mic, but I'll ask anyone else to speak on HB 657 FN. Don't see anybody. We go to Representative Sargent for online in the blue sheets.
We have online, 1 opposed, 1 support. Blue sheet, 1 support, 1 opposed.
And just for the record, if our senior minority leader was here, I'd probably ask if we could go to exec and ITL this, but she's not here, and I said we wouldn't do that, so I think that'll be an easy one for us next week. This will be our 8th one for next week, so we'll hold it. I appreciate the representative coming forth to ask us to ITL it. And other than that, I'm going to close today's hearings. Remember, we have both parties that will have caucuses before next week. We're going to exec these 8 bills at 10 o'clock and then go into the final 3 hearings and exec those in the afternoon. So watch your emails for any more information and information about your caucus. Thank you very much. Have a great